You need to change some things. That's what they call maintenance, in order to keep that building alive, in order to keep that infrastructure alive. There are some hostels also that were built by public-spirited individuals, IOCs within the Niger Delta region. Now, if that is the case, and these institutions are making money with the affiliate programs and with the number of people they also they admit yearly, how come they don't set aside a certain amount of money to rehabilitate these hostels? How come they don't set aside some money to also rehabilitate these classrooms and even build more? TED Fund also have some buildings within these institutions, right? So if funds are coming from TED Fund to build some of these institutions, you have sometimes, for instance, like the University of Port Harcourt, where the state government is the one building the convocation arena, because the former one was nothing to write home about. Even when I was in school, we complained that can't this school just build a palatable convocation arena? Is it rocket science to build a convocation arena? Is this something they cannot afford? But thank God the state government came to the rescue a few years down the line that I've left school. If we have also IOCs or public-spirited individuals, some banks also have some hostels they built. What is it then that these institutions are using their money for in terms of maintenance and expansion of this infrastructure? There are pre-degree programs that these institutions are running, and they make good money. I know a particular pre-degree program in one of the schools that, they will admit as much as 1,000 plus, and the school fee is nothing less than 100,000. And at the end of the day, those who will cross carpet or move to the degree program probably might be around 100 or 100 plus. So the other ones, they might push some of them to some other departments, but some, of course, won't make it. They'll have to probably go and write JAMB again to start all over again. What that means is that these institutions are making money. Is there any institution within the state or across the country that will say they are not making good money when it comes to IGR, from affiliate programs to pre-degree programs? There's what they call College of Continuing Education, the part-time programs also that they do. You talk about Ash Group, A-level programs, name it. Some of these institutions are running different programs and they are making good money from these programs. If that is the case, is it still within the purview of the federal government solely to ensure that these infrastructures are maintained and probably new ones are built to accommodate the influx of more students that are coming in? More people want to go to school daily. What that means is that the infrastructure you had 10 years ago won't be able to accommodate the number of persons that are making their way into the institution today. What that means is that you ought to have expanded. Just like when you had one child, a daughter or a son, it's different from when you have now progressed into having 4 children. You can't stay in one-bedroom apartment again. It is either over time you might have built your own apartment, maybe 4-bedroom bungalow with maybe boy quarters, so that when the boys become big, they can move. Boys, once they get to 18, they now feel they are big boys. They can move to the back, the boys' quarter, so they can be a little bit free. They don't want to stay in the big house again. What that means is that life is in such a way that once you are expanding in terms of population, there's need for infrastructure expansion. There's also need for you to maintain the existing infrastructure. While you're trying to build other ones, you need to maintain the existing ones so it can also accommodate people. People can't be living. I saw a particular hostel, I think from UNN or so, and my God, even animals won't stay there. It has dilapidated to the point, maybe it was the ones Nnamdi Azikiwe used when they were in school in those days. The hostel is just something else. I saw the picture and I was like, my God, what is this? So is it that the institutions don't make provisions to, the same way they renovate the VC's quarters yearly? Am I right? Okay. The VC's quarter, probably DVC's quarters, and their offices. These guys, they renovate their offices, they change the furniture. The people who are actually bringing the money is the student, because there's no VC or DVC without the student. If the student refuses to come to school, you'll be there now. What will you even run in the first place? So how come they make provision for the principal officers for their offices to be renovated from time to time? And in some cases, they even expand, they build new ones for them. But the reason why they are there, the main people, which is the student, there's no provision for dilapidated infrastructures to be maintained, rehabilitated. There's no provision to expand. We have more students who are off campus, than those who are living on campus. We have more students staying off campus than those who are living on campus. And some of these institutions have bigger landed properties they acquired in those days. So in other words, you can build 2, 3, 4 story for students to stay, and you can make it comfortable. These schools also, these institutions, do they know in actual sense how many students are within the school environment? And do they also make provision to accommodate these, or all they care about is the money? Go to the website of some of these tertiary institutions. You see programs upon programs upon programs that they are running aside the normal undergraduate and postgraduate program. You see other programs that they are running these days. Some of them even run IT programs within the institutions. And of course, people will want to attend because a prestigious institution with the name, you would want to get a certificate from that system with that name. So some of them run IT, robotic, part-time programs of different kinds, sandwich program for teachers, those who have NCE now wanting to get a bachelor's degree. They run all these programs. So that means they make internal money. They also get probably grants from some IOCs, especially those residents within the Niger Delta region. Why is it that money is not set aside to rehabilitate these hostels, to also rehabilitate the classrooms and build more classrooms? While I was in school, there were times when we had to wait at the door for a particular department to move out of the classroom so we can enter in another faculty. In fact, some of the lecturers were even complaining that they are squatting. They had to squat. Some of them, they had to do an expansion within the library session. They had to go there to create makeshift arrangement for lecturers to have offices. So how does these people run the system? At least universities have some form of autonomy. That's why you have the Senate. But when it comes to rehabilitation of mostly hostels and classrooms, it's a thing of concern. Some of the institutions also go to the campus. They are supposed to have a works department that will ensure that those bushes and grasses are, trimmed from time to time. But if you go to some of the tertiary institutions, it looks like a zoo. Some of them, their roads are dilapidated. And these roads, of course, are just how many kilometers that they can, of course, tire. Should they also wait for the federal government to come and fix these infrastructures? Even if the federal government also gives them money to fix these infrastructures, do they also use all the money to fix these infrastructures, or some amount of money used to go into some people's private pockets? I want us to talk about this. If you're also a student of these institutions I've mentioned, the ones within the state, I talked about the University of Port Harcourt, that is a federal university resident here. Rio State University, owned by the state government. Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, owned by the state government. Ken Sarua Polytechnic, owned by the state government. You have the School of Health Science and Technology. You have the Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, owned by the state government also. If you're also a student of the institution, please call in and tell us, what is the state of your hostel? I learned in Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, a clergy built a hostel, female hostel. I think the capacity is it 1,000 or 100 or thereabout? Fully funded by this man, this clergy, here in the city of Port Harcourt. Right? With AC. Give that facility the next 10 years. Will the school make provision to rehabilitate that property built by someone else? I learned that project took about 300 million. Yes, if you go to Ignatius Ajuru University, once you enter, you see that particular hostel, female hostel. Very fine, palatable. But as time goes on and they have put it into usage, I even heard that for you to pay for accommodation, because for you to gain admission into school and you need hostel, you have to pay. So in other words, students are also paying. So you see that this money is not being used to maintain the facility. I heard that particular hostel, the first, second, third set of people who took it, the price is a little bit higher than others. But the funds came from a private pocket, not the university pocket. The funds came from a private pocket. So we have private individuals also that have gone into these institutions to build hostels. I heard there was a particular one that was built in a federal university by a single individual. How come it is now difficult for the school authorities to maintain these facilities from time to time? At least clear, and the student also, they just use these properties anyhow. Go to some of these hostels, they are very dirty. Just simple painting and then clearing of those green algae, and then rehabilitating the place, changing the louvers, because some of these hostels have been built since maybe probably 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, since the inception of the institution. So it means these infrastructures need rehabilitation. I want us to talk about it. 0817 0000 951. Is it within the purview of the federal government to come and rehabilitate these infrastructures and probably build new ones to accommodate the incoming student? Or do you think it is within the purview of the institution to maintain these infrastructures, knowing that if you're staying on campus, you pay? It's not free. It's not as though since you've paid your fee and every other thing, you get accommodation expressly. You pay for it. So it's not free. So the school is also making money from it. Apart from that, they also have other programs that they are running. But how come we all have these infrastructures not being maintained from time to time? Same way that the DVC's office and his quarters where he stays is renovated from time to time to meet the global standard. How come these hostels and these classrooms are not also rehabilitated and maintained to meet global standard or even meet Nigerian or African standard? 0810 9510 951. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, tell you good day.
My name is Maxwell. Good to have you.
Okay, Maxwell, good day.
Go ahead, sir.
For the purpose of, for certain purposes, I keep my ID private.
No problem, sir.
Talking about University of Port Harcourt, there is this culture we have imbibed in Nigeria that is very negative, affecting us across board. Maintenance culture, it's not there. Recently, as recent as February, I think I paid about 120,000 naira to buy accommodation in uniform for my daughter.
And undergraduate?
Yes, a year one medical student in one of the new
120,000.
in one of the new hostels.
Okay.
Just by the park. And right now they will collect all that money because these are different hostels, 3 buildings. They will collect the money now. I'm sure they are not going to put aside 1,000 naira for maintenance. Are you getting me?
Okay.
And tomorrow when these structures come down, when they need repairs, they abandon them. Go to Danekete, go to Delta, you will see how deplorable. Bed bugs, everything, the whole place has been turned upside down. Go there, go and check it out. And then go to the graduate school, go and check out the classrooms. Surprisingly, that's why I said I keep my name to myself. I'm in the graduate school. There are no seats. All the collapsible chairs that were brought into the classrooms are broken. Go to graduate school, go and see them. You won't want to be a postgraduate student of the University of Port Harcourt. Go there and find out. So we have a peculiar sickness that is affecting us across board, affecting us from our refineries to our oil sector to our road maintenance to, in fact, our national infrastructure. Everything about us is whack because we keep whacking the money. We whack the money and forget the infrastructure. And it's eating deep into our fabrics. Only God knows how you young men will manage it. For me, I think I've paid my dues.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow, 120,000. Don't you think it would have been, anyway, staying on campus is a little bit more safer because 120,000, if you had a little bit of it, you'll be able to get a self-con outside. Anyway, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah. We have seen, if I'm not mistaken, now about 2-3 times we have discussed about this. And my stand is this. You see most of our schools, not that the Nigerian government or our politicians, they don't know the condition to do. I'll tell you time that number. If any councillor or president or governor will enroll their children in our local schools, they will put those schools in order.
No, Chris, we are not looking at the government now. We're looking at the governing body within the institutions.
Okay.
Our spotlight is on them.
Okay. Now let me ask this question. The tuition fee and the school fees, are they paying to this fee? Are they the ones using the money? Account are here, go to bank and pay. Those account numbers the students do pay. Which of the accounts they reflect on? Is it the duty account or government account?
Is the school's account?
The school's account. What is in the school's account? Maybe the government don't have anything to contribute. The school should carry on everything concerning the. But another thing is this. If those visas are being appointed by government, the sitting governors, by sitting architecture of the school board, and they are taken to these politicians, they will not do anything. Just like what happened at University of Port Harcourt. Nothing will happen. If that man are being appointed by politicians, you cannot do anything. Now, what are you going to do to him? Because he is inside the jail. So to me, what can we do? What we should do, if they should return those, they should return it to the churches. If they cannot do it, they return the schools to the churches. And some other individuals, remove it from political people. If you go to some of those things, you will see most of them there are members of one political party or 2 political parties. They are the ones controlling all those things. You see the appointment of this, you see where government will tell you, governor will tell you, this is the person I want.
Thank you, Chris.
So what are you going to do? We're not doing anything about that until they return the school to
Thank you, Chris. I know that secondary schools were handled by missionaries, but I don't know for some universities if we should return it to missionaries to start handling. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
This is Temple from Agua.
Yes, please, go ahead.
All these things I'm hearing things. It is somehow, the major thing causing this problem is that our government is not using, their eyes are not on the students. Because if their eyes are on the students, something like this could have not happened. Hello, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. But we're not looking at the government now. We're looking at the school authority.
Okay, but the thing there is that the money, anyhow it is, even though it is paid to the school account, somebody in the government must be there taking that money. Even if it is like that, like when I was in secondary school, they are saying that they were paying money for maintenance. And one political party member was the person taking care of that infrastructure in that secondary school. But even as it is like that, the man who kept him on that position said, we will share this money 50-50. And they want your own 50%. Anyhow, you have to do with it. You should do with it. If you use it in institution, use it. If you will use it on your own personal interest, use it. So if 50%, if 50% has been taken from you, what are you going to do with the other one? You have to do on your own.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. Let's take more calls and messages. We're looking at the dilapidated nature of infrastructures within our tertiary institutions. Sometimes where government intervention, like I gave an instance in a federal university where a state governor is building a convocation arena. We also have public-spirited individuals who also donate hostels, all right, to these institutions. But these institutions are also making money, what you call IGR. Why is it that it is difficult for them to rehabilitate some of these infrastructures that are as old as 10, 15, 20 years? Classrooms also dilapidated, and nothing is being done. Is it still within the purview of the government to come and rehabilitate these infrastructures, or the schools are supposed to take responsibility? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Master.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Wilson. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Yes, please.
Okay. My actual contribution is that one, corruption in the high places, and then whose duty should be to see to the upkeep of the schools. Those money that are being paid by the students, whether hostel, tuition, and all the rest of them, any post that collects that money should be in charge of the maintenance. If it is going to federal government in federal institutions, it should be the duty of federal government to release funds and again monitor what they release, whether it is done. Because what you usually see in Nigeria is that during the budget, million has been down, that nothing happens and nobody cares. That is it. And then the lack of maintenance culture, just like one of the contributors have said, we lack maintenance culture. When something will be going wrong, nobody will take care of it until it becomes bearable. And then on the side of the students, they don't use the hostel well. You go there, see the little place, dump everything, and they don't care about the building. So by the time we be able to manage another person's property, we'll be able to manage our own. So the problem is right around. The students have part of they're playing. The school authorities, they can be looking at their schools going down that way without doing anything. If they can renovate this office and the hostel, lodge, on yearly basis, why don't they attempt to fix the hostels? Or even if it's once in 2 years or 3 years, at least to look habitable. So this is my take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. When I gained admission from level 100, I decided I wasn't going to stay on campus because I didn't like the state of the infrastructure. So I decided to rent my own house outside. Yes. Good afternoon. Send your messages to 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. You can send your messages there, WhatsApp and regular messages. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Maxwell.
Onu Samuel, good to have you, sir. Go ahead.
God bless you. My brother, to be honest to you, everybody in our society has developed this political mindset that once we get into any lucrative position, now my turn to shop, now our turn, no. Nobody has the consciousness of the fact that you are being given that position to serve, to impact positively in the life of humanity. Now you look at the VCs in various universities, look at the living standard of their own children. You will not find them within that disgusting hostel that they have left untouched, unmaintained. You will never find their children. The first thing they will do, they will put their children out of the school and take them outside the country, or give them a very defeating accommodation to stay. Until we prioritize our institution, I think we will not go anywhere. For me, I will even, Mr. Benson, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Within the Nigerian forces, police, Navy, Air Force, Army, which one is well maintained? If you go into their premises or compound, is decent, very order. Maintenance is being checkmated. Can you pick one?
Very difficult answer to give, Mr. Onu Samuel.
Now let me shock you. I respect the Navy. I respect the Army. Do you know why? Anytime you check their vehicle is always in order.
Exactly.
If you go to their barrack, they try it. You will be surprised whether this is federal government institute or Nigerian institute. They try their best to maintain it, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Now, I will suggest that Nigerian government should give the contract to Nigerian Army or Navy to maintain our universities. Let them create that mindset that they have within the premises into the school and give only the payment of salary or whatever. In fact, the VC shouldn't relate their hands on anything called money, because they are not part of the political people that once they get into the position of the VC, they set up a cartel. Siphon the money with permanent sex and ministers. Why the permanent children should live in that disgusting hostel that the other day they will go home to their various family with diseases. They should give the maintenance of our university sector to private contractors that will maintain that place rightly, knowing that there are people that will lead the nation in the future that is being accommodated there and not animals. Until the government have that mindset of retrieving the maintenance of that university in the hands of the BC and the cartels, the university will continue to remain that way. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
There is no, okay, look at what the VC is saying. He's trying to protect the image of the school and not to protect the lives of the students. You know, there was no any rape. That is what he rushed to defend, just to protect the image of the university. Why the people dwelling in the university are not adequately protected in terms of CCTV or building a befitting security structure within the place, or setting up a vigilante within the students to secure the place? How long will we continue to play games with the children of the poor? They struggle to feed, they struggle to live, they struggle to be successful, they struggle to go to school, they struggle to look for jobs, they struggle for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Thank you very much. I feel your pain. But when you talk about the children of the poor, in regard to what happened at the River State University, the parents, I don't know if they've issued any statement. Maybe that matter will just die like that, right? Okay. All right. Our own is to report. Okay. Whenever they call us or wherever they call us, we'll go there and do the report. 0817-0000-951. We're looking at the dilapidated nature of our campuses, talking about hostels and classrooms. Someone called in and said he paid $120,000 for his child, a medical student. $120,000. $120,000. And it's not as though she's staying or he's staying in, a self-con per se. No, you share bunks thereabout with others. So how come these infrastructures are not maintained from time to time? Whose responsibility it is? The federal government who owns the institution, or the state government who owns the institution, or the school authority? Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, my brother Mark.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Fine Mind. I'm calling.
Yes, please. Go ahead, sir.
Maxwell, the problem we have in this country is that the average Nigerian believes that whatever belongs to the government does not belong to anybody. So even if you use it anyhow, after all, a government property, and then your father owned, that's the problem we have. The people that are in charge of the managing of that institution, aside the government on their own, they are generating huge sum of money from tuition fees and every other means through which they generate money from students and their parents. They have failed to take care of the institutions themselves. Even when the institutions are restructured and rehabilitated, it doesn't take long before these institutions break down and things get dilapidated again. And that is why, the government to some extent, I know that we cannot exonerate the government on this. The government is number one culprit when we are talking about the dilapidated institution we have in this country. But we must understand that government cannot keep our institutions right. We, as the people that have been entrusted with the institution, must also work to make sure that our institutions are kept well. So we are always quick at blaming the government, which is not wrong as well, because they are the people that are dilapidated and owners. So it's a major problem in our country that we don't take care of government properties, because nobody will be held to account if they misuse or abuse it. And that is why you see a vehicle being owned by a particular police division being dilapidated just in few months' time. You will see the policeman using a bat to hit on that vehicle to clear road, knowing fully well that the vehicle is a government vehicle and nobody will hold them to account. So we must learn to incorporate in us that patriotism first. We must be patriotic about things that belong to government, knowing so well that these things belong to us and they are.
But fine, let me ask you, why is it that within the tertiary institutions, the VC's residence and office is rehabilitated probably every year to standard?
I didn't get you. Come again.
I said, why is it that the VC's residence and office is being rehabilitated maybe yearly to standard?
Of course, for you to be a VC, you must have a direct relationship with the governor. And you cannot have a direct relationship with the governor and live in a dilapidated structure now. You need to know that. You see, we place more priority and premium on individuals than on institutions. And that is why Nigeria is where it is today. We make individuals stronger and more comfortable than our institutions. You cannot compare the house that the governor lives to our state institutions, like the hospitals, the tertiary institutions, and every other place that the government was supposed to take care of. So our government tend to focus more on powerful people than on the institution that they were elected to take care of. That is the problem. You as an ordinary man, no matter how intelligent, no matter how educated, no matter how exposed you are, no matter how well you know what it requires to excel in the academic sector, they cannot appoint you. So for you to be appointed, you must be a man that has the ears of the governor. You understand? So your house cannot be dilapidated. They will always take care of your house. So it's a very big problem. In Nigeria, the average Nigerian believes that thing that belongs to the government belongs to nobody, so they can misuse it. You can even destroy the door. And that is why even in our primary schools, students will come up and destroy the schools, and they will say, this one is government property, will leave them. Even when the teachers listen to the children, they will say, "Ogana, you got this thing, the government own. Government go work them." And that is the problem. That is the problem. Our government has said, but what about us? How patriotic we are? How patriotic are we? Let's start from. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Max. The government isn't even trying at first. They don't care about education in the country. Now down to the school and its authorities. There are huge IJRs coming into the school coffers. I remember before and when I gained admission into school fees were around the 30,000 naira region. But when I gained, I learned that the school authorities have hiked it into ×2. That's about 60K plus. Max, student wanted to protest in the hike because of the hike in fees, but the school used security personnel to block both gates and didn't allow us protest. But then again, the funds were used to renovate some blocks in the school, but it wasn't enough. Most of our classrooms are really bad. What are they really doing with the rest? Thank you very much. This message is not really complete, but I'll just take it from where it says the institutions you've reeled out, the institutions would have been able to take care of quite a number of things on their own. I wish, Max, you had invited the former ASU chairman, Uniport, because severally talked about politicians and corruption, but never talked on horrible. The message is not really clear. Can you resend it? I think half of the message came in. Let me see if I can get the WhatsApp messages. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Lucky Maxwell.
Welcome, sir. Robin Maja?
My name is Robin Maja, the farmer, yes. You see, talking about the dilapidation of our campuses, the hostel accommodation, right?
Yes. And classrooms.
May I ask you, the students in those universities, did they pay school fees?
Yes, they did. Even the hostel accommodation, you pay for it. It's not free.
Okay, good and fine. Is there a budget for Ministry of Education every year?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Okay, Master, let me shock you. Information available to me over the weekend. The new university campuses rather. But the particular one I'm talking about, reference, is the one in Ahoda town. That the school admitted over 700 new students, year one. And the hostel accommodation is for about 250 students. Plus minus, they attach themselves. There's already explosion of intake. Now, by next year, they are going to admit fresh students.
Exactly.
Where are the students going to live?
I know someone who has been admitted. One of the new campus. We had to look for accommodation outside for her.
Okay, good and fine. You can imagine. When I talk, somebody will tell me that the problem are the people. The government carried out impact assessment, environmental impact assessment about that school before the structure was, those hostels were started in those places. What is their projection? If we admit this in the first year, the second year, how many students are we likely going to bring into that place for them to prepare about the accommodation?
You know, Robert, nothing like that. In this part of town, we don't deal with statistics. We do things out of emotion. Let me just state that. It's an African and Nigerian arrangement.
Is that fair? Is it fair? Why do we continue to dwell in the wilderness that will continue to create a situation where people will suffer? Like the campus, the one in Abara, the day it was commissioned, that was the day the former governor was instructing the local government chairman to build a police station. Wherein a police station ought to be built, ready, with quarters of the policemen, ready before that university was opened. I don't understand what these people are taking us for. Because their children are not in any school in Nigeria. They feel they are on top of the world. But the day I will die,
One day too, they will die. Let them continue to suffer us and put us and approach us the way they are suffering us. One day too, they will die. Let them not think. Thank you. I remember the man that the farmer calling from Isu.
Thank you very
Good
much.
afternoon.
Candy says, Max, very apt discuss, as you've often do. The corruption is in these higher institutions are hydra-headed and very disturbing, alarming. With all you've reeled out, the institutions would have been able to take care of quite a number of things on their own. I wish, Max, you had invited the former ASU chairman, Uniport, because he had several talked about politicians and corruption, but never talked on the horrible, like Robin Maja will always say, we'll continue to talk. That's the truth. The issue you raised, Robin Maja, talking about projections, we don't do that here. And you know, the issue is also partly from the people. People just applaud government when they build infrastructure. We don't do environmental impact assessment. We don't look at projections. How many people will be able to, just like, for instance, my office, the way it's built, my office is quite big. And the reason is because in the future, we will have IT students, we will have NYC students. So it was built in such a way that it will accommodate as much as. So no matter the inflow that we have, there's still ventilation, there's still space. So the person who, the architecture, of course, the owner of the building would have also agreed with the architecture that, okay, yes, this is quite good. They projected far. And probably that's what our institutions are supposed to be doing. When we're building hostels, what is our projection? Looking at our population. Over there, they'll say, okay, by 2030, we should be imagining that this number of people will go to school. So we build with that kind of projection, right? Then when there's any extra, we know that, okay, what we'll be containing with will not be much. Overseas also, even when it comes to economic policies, they project by so time, we'll be having so population. So number of people probably would have died, but our population would have exploded. What plans are we making to feed these people to ensure that these people have housing, they have quality education, healthcare, and all that? That's what they do. But here, build the project, collect the money, chop, move. We'll take the news. When we come back, we'll take a look at something very important. We'll be having Tekena joining us on the program. He's a youth advocate. The youth in Rivers State, some of them have been unemployed for a very long time. Maybe that's why you have high level of insecurity. You also note that the unemployment rate in Rivers State is high, close to 40%. That's quite huge. What is the authorities doing to address these hydra-headed problems? Let's also look at the average mindset of an average Rivers youth. I don't want to even explode to the Niger Delta region. There's this mindset that if I praise and follow a politician, one day I'll get the dividends of democracy. So rather than putting so much pressure on the government to sort out issues of employment by ensuring that private sector explodes, by ensuring that there's infrastructure, the average youth believes that if I follow politician, I'll be able to make money. One day I'll be able to get one position, maybe PA to the PA to the PA to the PA. We'll address that issue after the news. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Thank you for joining us. The news update for 2 on Today 95.1 FM. I am Lucky Maxwell. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has revealed that the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is scheduled for mid-September. The minister made the statement today during a visit to the site of completed and ongoing federal government project in Lagos State. Construction work is ongoing on the last stretch of both sides of the expressway after several missed deadlines. The inspection tour started at Outer Marina Road in Victoria Island, Umahi was briefed by officials of the ministry and contractors handling different projects on that axis. The 2023 vice presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, Bishop Isaac Idahosa, has commended the administration of President Bola Tinubu for making the right policies which he believes will be painful before the gains are seen. Idahosa made the comment during a live television program. While acknowledging that things are getting much harder for Nigerians, he argued that things will be better. The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Modashiru Obasa, says the lawmakers are not fighting Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. This comes about a week after the state legislature rejected 17 of the 39 commissioner nominees sent by the governor for screening. The Speaker, who presided over yesterday's plenary of the House, said no matter the threat by some persons, the Assembly will not spill its discovery during the screening of the rejected commissioner nominees. He said no amount of intimidation will make the Assembly change its constitutional decision on the rejected nominees of the governor. On the foreign scene, former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has had his 3-year sentence for corruption suspended, but it is unclear if he will be freed from jail. The Islamabad High Court gave him bail until his appeal over the conviction is heard. However, another court has also ordered the 70-year-old to be kept in custody until Wednesday in a separate case. Khan's lawyers say more than 100 charges have been brought against him since his removal from power last year. This includes leaking state secrets and organizing violent protests. Various arrest warrants have been issued in relation to these charges. And that's the news at 2. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for all night, all around the world. It's what I pray for all night.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people, Today 95.1 FM.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
Pack my bags, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Talk That Talk this wonderful afternoon. 10 minutes gone past the hour of 2. It's the 29th day in the month of August 2023. I'm already very excited to hop into the month of September, the Ember month. But please, like I've always said, don't attribute anything negative to the Ember month. It's not necessary. All right? Thank you for joining us once again. Let's look at River State. Let's look at the youth. 70-something% of the population is made up of the youth. If you get the youth engaged, then you have a better society. What is happening in China today that we are all identifying with, or in other global countries, countries with global economies, is spearheaded by the youth. Ages from 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. That's where you still have agility. By extension, maybe 50. Their brains are working. So if you get your youth engaged, you're definitely going to have a productive system. But you must set the pace. You must ensure that the basic infrastructures are put in place. Thank God we now have the Electricity Act that allows states to generate, distribute, and transmit electricity. So you can do solar. According to experts, we can generate 274,000 megawatt from solar alone. You know what that means. It can serve the whole of Nigeria. Let us just assume that River State decides to embark on such project vis-a-vis with the private sector facilitation, and we're able to generate, let's say, 50,000 megawatts. South Africa, 1/4 of the Nigerian population, of course, is generating, because of the issues they have in their energy sector, they are between 35,000 megawatts. Let's say River State can generate 50,000 from solar alone. Then you have you can build dams because we have a lot of water. That's why it's called River State. And Bonny, Andoni, Opobo, you build small dams there, and then you can generate. Now, there was also a statistic that only River State, Lagos, Abuja can embark on transmission equipment because they have the financial wherewithal. According to that report, I said it here on my show one of those days, that Rivers, Lagos, Abuja, I think Ogun State, they can buy the transmission equipment because they have the financial muscle. Because transmission is a little bit tasking when it comes to funds. But they said River State can embark upon it. Now, let's now say you have private investors, local and international, coming in. So it will even give the River State government some form of, an enabling environment to play around. So these guys can bring their funds. The government can also bring their funds. And we have that kind of system. What you are going to have is full, massive blast industrialization. And guess what? It is the youth that will be playing in these sectors. When you have electricity alone, forget about investors. They will be begging you to come in. It is natural. It is natural. Now, we're also going to deal with another issue, which is the issue of, we'll deal with the issue of unemployment, then the issue of the mindset of the average Rivers youth. The mindset. Let's assume that things are beginning to fall into place. Infrastructures are beginning to be, built. Electricity, road network, just like probably the ring road. Like I've always said, human capacity development, it is important. If you build all the infrastructures and you don't build the mind of the person who will take care of this infrastructure, you're wasting your money. And that's why China is where they are today, because they built the human beings. So when it comes to China, is shoulder to shoulder with the US, second largest economy in the world. When it comes to manufacturing, when it comes to IT, name it. And that's why they even want to somehow take over your economy. They give you loans and you take, right? You think those money, they picked it from the floor? No. They have their strategy to also have a say when it comes to world economy and policy. That's what makes you a G whatever nation. Not necessarily I have oil. No. The world has gone beyond that. What is it that you are selling to the world? Is it technology? Is it food? What is it? Today we are crying, Ukraine war, Ukraine war. Why? Ukraine gives about 40% of the grains in the world. It's coming from Ukraine. That small country. And that's why there was an agreement. Even if you're fighting war on the Black Sea, don't touch the grains that are moving, because if you touch it, you know what will happen. There will be global hunger. Ukraine. So what is it that you're giving to the world? The question with Nigeria is, what is it that we're giving? Oil. If you say oil, Algeria is doing same. Other countries are doing same. In fact, we are the 6th largest. So there's a first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So you can't say it's oil. If you say you stop giving oil, well, they can do without your oil. Yes, your oil is one of the best. What is it again that you can give? One of the things that we would have been able to give is probably food. Come to the Niger Delta region. Come to the Rivers region. The Andoni and Opobo region. Can they supply fish? Yes. Who is supposed to participate in this sector? The youth. And of course, when it comes to industries like this, it is now mechanized. So you don't do the normal net arrangement. No, there are mechanized way of catching a lot of fish. Why is it that the canned fish now is very expensive? It's been long I used it to cook noodles because it's very expensive now. So we're going to deal with all these areas, and we have a youth advocate in the studio. I'm going to ask him some key questions. I don't know if you have seen the palliative. That's the Rivers portion of the palliative. We have Tekena Enwell Inimba, former position, Rivers State Rep to the Nigerian Youth Parliament, Abuja, currently a young politician and a development expert, is joining us on the program. He's been here before, about 3 or 4 times. Good to have you, Tekena. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Max.
Thank you for joining us. Have you seen our own portion of the palliative? I heard 5 trucks of rice were sent to each state, and let's not even talk about the 5 billion because it will go to the state account. But the rice.
I've not seen it, but I think it doesn't make sense. If you remember the last time I came to the studio, I was telling you something about the fuel subsidy, the after effect of it, and how a lot of persons are suffering. You know, I laugh when I heard the federal government distributed over 185 billion to different states, and some states were not able to get up to 5 billion. But because of how important River State is, River State got 5 billion. Now, if you're telling me what are you going to do with the 5 billion, I think I share the same political affiliation with His Excellency, the Governor of River State, and I'm here to give advice to the government. If you try to distribute 5 billion all over the state, it doesn't make sense, right?
You mean it won't go around?
It doesn't make sense. It won't go around. So I think that's why I always talk about in River State we need innovative leaders. We need leaders that can think out of the box, right? Okay. I made a projection here. How if you give me if I'm opportune to be governor of River State today, if you give me 5 billion naira to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy, what am I going to do as a state government? I'm going to add like 5 billion into what you've given to me. That's 10 billion. Okay, let me say I'm not adding any other money. I have 5 billion. First of all, what I would advise the government to do is you look inwards and try to think, how are we going to come out of this mess? You remember petrol? Petrol is one product that controls 90% of the lives of Nigerians. You use it to judge inflation and the rest of them. Then if you're coming in River State, what are you going to do? The governor should, with the 5 billion, the government can actually create or establish 100 CNG stations, compressed natural gas. Okay. Now, if you do that, when the last time I came here, we were talking about palliative and all that. I've been seeing some River State buses. I was just laughing because that doesn't make sense.
But it's helping some people. I think one of my colleagues hopped on it yesterday, Eval. I'm going to ask him how it feels like.
In as much as it's helping few numbers of persons that lives in River State, it doesn't cover anything. I gave the government a solution how to go about this. You have 5 billion. You establish 100 CNG stations all over the states. You have probably you do around 60 in Obiakpo and in Port Harcourt local government. Then you distribute the rest in the state. Now, what people will do? People will automatically go into CNG with their engines, right? Now converting to CNG,
but
and that is cheap.
Money to convert it.
It doesn't take much, right? Now they can do that. It will also now lessen the burden of fuel consumption, right? Then I also made the effect of fuel subsidy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So these are the things you're supposed to do. Then that you know that the general populace. Now you put in some few buses on the roads. It doesn't go a lot. It doesn't cover anything because a lot of persons are still suffering. Somebody that runs a barber shop might not. Somebody that runs a barber shop, if you get that CMG, you partner with private sector. The person can also convert his generators to CMG. So it also what helps him.
Multiply effect. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So you put in just some few buses or you planning to share money, it doesn't. This is not what you're supposed to do.
That money is also pushed into agriculture.
Okay, that is beautiful. Now we're talking about how to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy. A lot of persons are suffering in River State. To be frank,
if you talk with the farmers, they will tell you what they are basically doing is peasant farming.
Yes.
They don't have that necessary support.
Now let me tell you something. River State, River State is endowed and blessed with so much enormous resources, but we only focus on oil and gas. And I've always said that we're having serious crisis in our hands. I want you to tell me apart from oil and gas, what is that thing River State can boast to the world that we can produce? Nothing. River State doesn't produce anything. We don't produce anything apart from oil and gas, nothing. So I was also thinking for the government to diversify, not diversify based on your theoretical diversification of resources. We are talking about practical diversification of resources, right? Now we should be able to what is our comparative advantage against other states? Keep oil and gas aside, right? What can River State produce?
We have fish.
Yes, we produce fish. Has the government invested in that sector? No. The government always look at oil and gas. We talk about oil and gas every day, but we have a lot that we can do that can also generate massive employment for people. Like I said, I told you, you can imagine a state that has been blessed. We have 4.2% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. River State is about the third all over the country. And you, as a governor, you're coming in and you're telling me, I'll still say this thing over and over till His Excellency gets to hear me. Putting 150 billion for ring project at this material time is wrong. Economically is wrong. Right, okay, now we're having fuel.
Don't you think that will boost, it will open up some other cities and also bring in investment?
Now, hold on. You have priorities. I'm not saying it's not a good project. It's a good project. But we have what they call timing. In life, there is timing for everything, right? Now, if you have 150 billion that you can push for Ring Road, that 150 billion will not bring anything for you in the next, probably next 6-7 years, maybe next 4 years before your project is over. Now, I did the governor listen to me and put 150 billion to empower Rivers youths. When I mean empowerment, serious empowerment, create massive jobs for people. I've also advocated for the government of Rivers State. Throughout the 3 senatorial zones, you can build industrial parks. You can establish skills acquisition centers, right? You can also try to bring people together through SMEs and the rest of them distribute. If for example I have a business idea of 5 million, I can write a proposal to the government. That particular fund, that 150 billion should be under the office of the governor. If I have a business proposal of 5 million, I'm supposed to approach the government, write a proposal. Like I said, I gave a solution to that. I must employ 5 persons. Now, if you begin to employ 5 persons with that amount of money, you know how it is going to cover River State. But instead of them to do that, I said something. As the governor is entering, should focus on the economy, build the economy of River State. Our economy is down. Nothing is happening. I understand infrastructure is very, very important. But at this time, 150 billion could have gone a long way to empower Rivers people, create massive job employment for people. It can, okay, now if you're putting that money now, you see how it will go in, cushioning the effect of fuel subsidy.
I think I also heard from a farmer who came on our show, Greenland, last week Friday, how we can invest massively in banana plantation and plantain plantation and banana, and which is one of the very effective food now. That the population is increasing, the demands are increasing, but we have less farmers who are into it. Those farmers who are into it also, they need hands, mechanized arrangement. And that can only be provided by government, because what they are basically doing is peasant farming. We also talked about cassava, massively and pharmaceutical industries also use cassava. So if we have it in abundance, then that's good money. So you think the money can also be pushed into that area?
That's what I'm saying. You can really push 150 billion into different sectors, and it will create employment for the people.
Let's look at, there's a disturbing trend. Politics sells more in River State. And the average youth who probably does not even have any developmental ideas, when we speak with you, you're able to come up with solutions. That means you have something upstairs. But The average youth who believes that he should follow a politician, that one day luck will run into him and he will make the PA to the PA to PA of someone, which is basically consumption, because politics is basically consumption. I stated earlier that there are two different sectors, the public and the private sector. But in Nigeria, we have three sectors: the political sector, the public sector, and the private sector. The public sector gobs so much, it's consumption based. Because if you say politics, what is politics bringing? What is it generating? That's the truth. If you say agricultural sector, which is the private sector, it's generating funds, generating food. Same thing with fish. Oil and gas is generating money. But what's politics generating? You can't really pinpoint that, oh, this is what politics is generating. Now, the average Rivers youth believes, oh, not all, some. If I follow this person, I will get so and so someday. How did we come to that realization? Which of us brings us to the issue of people fighting for politicians during elections? We know what happened in this state during the past elections and in other elections. How youth so vigorously had the strength to fight for politicians. Some were at INEC office beating drums, and I was wondering if these guys were employed. Just like you're a busy person, I don't think you can go there to go and beat drums. If these guys were employed, I'm not sure they will leave their workplace where they earn, even if as much as 50,000 monthly or 100,000 monthly, to go and beat drums somewhere. It means something is wrong somewhere. Where did we get that kind of mindset from? How did we get to this point where people would want to be used by those who have already been benefiting from this consumption sector, like I call it, over the years?
Mr. Maxwell, Rivers State, we are suffering from leadership deficits. We have so much leadership deficit. In fact, in Rivers State, we don't have. I'm not going to say we don't have good leaders in Rivers State, but most of them are political jobbers, right? Now, we have a system that has collapsed when it comes to generating employment for young people, right? I've always said it over and over. If you concentrate on building the economy, you will not have that scenario that happened at INEC. If you try and focus more on creating job and empowering Rivers people, you will not have that kind of situation. Now we have a situation where they impoverish the people, and every 4 years a politician wants to come and try to use people. It's because that's why I'm still angry with some Rivers youth. You allow these people to impoverish you. After 4 years, they come, they share your rice, they share.
Exactly the point. The youth will not now demand for good governance.
Yes.
The youth will be commending and commending,
yes,
and commending,
yes,
instead of telling the man who is in charge to say, Oga, how much came into the state? Why haven't you invested this money in these areas, Why haven't you ensured that our education are working? Why is it that you have not ensured that our health sector is working so that the state can be vibrant? Yet, the youth would prefer to commend. We are commending this person for this, for building 1 kilometer of road, instead of demanding for good governance. 4 years down the line, from between now and 2026, campaigns will start. You will see different youth group. So group for this is endorsing this person. So group, we had, them way back last year, December, January, prior to the elections. But now, the same politicians, most of them have run to Abuja now, to also look for their belly, which is a normal thing. Now they have left this youth behind. No job, no employment, whether it's private sector or public sector. Why is it that the youth have refused to learn and then decide to be useful to themselves?
That has always been the problem. Now let me give you, I'll just give you a picture of something. When you don't have knowledge about something, you tend to misuse whatever opportunity you have. Now, I'm not berating House of Assembly, this 10th Assembly. Let me say from 2015 to 2019, the 8th Assembly. From 2019 to 2023, the 9th Assembly. Now we have the 10th Assembly. They have not done enough to help. Now, most of us, we don't know our responsibility. We don't understand that we need to demand for accountability for our leaders. But I don't believe in praying for my leader. I believe in accountability. Prove to me that you can really deliver on the job. Now, some persons 20 this year general elections, House of Assembly, they'll go to different constituencies. Go to different constituencies and begin to tell the people what they're going to do. A lot of Rivers people, doesn't understand the function or the basic responsibility of the House of Assembly. Now, how many of them usually go to their constituency? You gather people together and town hall meetings. That's why till tomorrow I still praise the former governor of Rivers State, right, Honorable Rotimi Chibika-Amechi. If you remember what he did, he brought government closer to the people. He was going from one community to another community. And now, I just remembered something. Now you see this issue of fuel subsidy. What are you going to do? I think this present government should begin to adopt what Amechi did. Go from community to community to ask people, what is your problem? How can government come in? That if you try that method, you will now begin to see that the government will now be closer to the people, because I know of course our local government doesn't function, right? Now you have a member of House of Assembly that doesn't go to his constituency. Probably you're from Kana, you live in Port Harcourt. You don't understand the plight of your people. Now, how many times have they had a public hearing to discuss about matters of the youth in Rivers State? House of Assembly should tell me one particular law, policy that has been made for the youth of Rivers State to benefit. At the end of the day, every 4 years, a House of Assembly member will remember his constituency and begin to share rice and the rest of them for people. But we don't understand that these people, they have a lot of role to play in the development of Rivers State. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is, in Rivers State, we don't really go for accountability. A lot of persons are praise singers, sycophants. I don't believe in that. If Sim Fubara would like me Tekena, because I sing his praises when I know probably he has not done anything, then I don't want to be friends with the governor. I want to see a governor that embraces criticism. When you begin to criticize government, they begin to sit up. But if you don't criticize government, every day Rivers State, the praise singers are all over Rivers State. That's why today we are having this abysmal development. We have a comatose economy. Things are not working in Rivers State. People are not being employed. From a whole Rivers State, 42.5%. I was thinking that could have been the first thing the governor would sit down. Immediately you come into office, I discussed about affirmation action with you. Immediately you come. Now you bring your cabinet. What is our problem? What is the major problem of Rivers State? Unemployment. If you eradicate unemployment, automatically insecurity will go. It's as easy as anything. When you have this, I always talk about, I'm not trying to say they should not appoint some persons into being a commissioner or anything, but I think we should begin to appoint people that can change the narrative in Rivers State.
Do you think it's all about the appointment, or it's all about the number one man? I've talked about leadership over time. John Maxwell says everything rises and falls on the leader. Now, irrespective of who is appointed, if the leader has a vision, he wants to drive, and he appoints you into that position, and you're unable to drive that vision within 6 months, it means the person will be replaced, right? For instance, the Roman Catholic Church, everything comes from Rome. They have one of the best structures in the world. The man knows who is in one village, who is the catechesis. If you have that kind of structure, it means there's a vision from the top. Everything is from the top. If the governor has a vision, for instance, and he comes on board and he says, we have a high rate of unemployment. How do we solve this problem? Get me an economic team. Exactly. Get me the best brains.
Exactly.
All right? Not political people now. I'm talking about people who, both from the private and public sector, people who have created jobs before. Get me these guys. how can we boost the economy of this state from this level to this level? I want you to give me a report in 1 month. And they go to work and they say, Governor, if we give you recommendations, will you adhere to it? He say yes, because he has a good intention. So is it about the people that have been appointed as commissioners or the head itself?
As a leader, if you're a good leader, you try as much as possible to bring a good team, form a good team. I cannot remember the last time we had an economic team in Rivers State. If I'm the governor of Rivers State, that's the first thing I would do, because I want to build the economy of Rivers State. The best thing the governor could have done is to appoint technocrats, people that can drive this vision. You understand
People
what I'm saying?
who tell him the truth.
Exactly.
Okay.
People that will drive this vision. I want the economy of Rivers State to be number one. That is your goal. What am I going to do? I'm going to try as much as possible to identify those persons that can really turn the situation around. It doesn't happen in Rivers State. It doesn't. So if you have an economic team that sits annually or maybe probably once in a month, you of course, I know as a governor there is no way you have the whole solution. You don't have that powers to have the whole solution. But when you bring a formidable team, a team that can, you guys are team players. You guys can come together and find and provide a good solution to the economic problem of Rivers State. I still say it and I'll still repeat it. The economy of Rivers State is in a comatose condition. It needs to be fixed as fast as possible, because you cannot tell me you came into a state, you have 42.5% of unemployment rates, about the third in the whole country, and you don't want to do any practical thing to solve the problem. Try as much as possible. Okay, I don't know, probably I think the Bank of Industry visited the governor or something like that. I don't want a situation where it will just be a mere courtesy visit and it dies there. I want the government to partner with Bank of Industry. Try as much as possible to create jobs for Rivers people. Set aside a particular fund. There should be a seed funding for people that wants to go into business. You understand what I'm saying? So government should begin to practicalize that. When you begin to do that, then also, like I said, keep oil and gas aside. If I'm the governor of Rivers State, that is what I'm going to do. Immediately I'm being sworn in as the executive governor of Rivers State, the first thing I will do, the marching order, I want to revive the economy of Rivers State. I want the world to know Rivers State for something. Even though you will know me for cassava production, good. Okay. If I invest so much money on cassava production, it will automatically do what? Employ people. Once you have,
and the value chain is very long.
Exactly. You know, once you have massive employment, it triples down to what? Increasing your IGRO.
Exactly.
Rivers State today, we have about 225 billion annually for our IGRO. Which is very small. Lagos State has about Lagos State has 750 billion. Yes, now, do you know that in the next 2 years, Lagos State will be going around 1.6 trillion because of what?
The refinery.
The Lekki Deep Sea Port.
The refinery.
The refinery. It's not all about giving money for people. There should be a conducive environment, like in policy making. Make Rivers State open for business to come in.
I thought there was a cassava processing plant, no evil. Is it working?
Does it work? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, see, in Rivers State, our leaders don't understand that government is a serious business. Government is a serious business. Government is not meant for mediocres. Government is meant for people that can think out of the box. Government is meant for people that can sit down and check the problem of Rivers State, come up with a practical solution and solve the problem. Not sycophants, not political jobbers, because what we have in Rivers State, more of them are political jobbers, not leaders. And that is the problem. That's why we're having it wrong.
Let's take some messages. 0701 9339 962. Bob says, Maxwell, the government can invest in modular refinery with that 5 billion. Okay. Some people might disagree with you, Bob. Hello, good afternoon. Good to have you. Dial 0810-9510-951. Youth unemployment is high, 42.5%. You know what that means. So it is enough to drive insecurity high. How can we solve that problem? And how can we also solve the average mindset of the youth, who believes that he can only survive or eat when he follows a politician? even if he's down the ladder, he believes that one day he go better. They will give him PA to the PA to the PA, which of course I call that industry the consumption industry, the political industry, because I don't know if they are creating any form of wealth. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say that in River State, the youth are the problem, it's not government. Because when I listen to the guys saying, government, I begin to laugh. Because when last the people from this state go out to other states looking for jobs, in River State here, virtually all the businesses they are doing in River State, go and check. It's either these Igbo boys and all these people. And they have the advantage. They pay rent too. They pay house rent, pay shop rent, and yet they are making it. But here we have rivers people, the government must create. Which kind of job do you want government to create? That will cover all the river state. And he also talk about the former governor was going which local government they doing? What was that thing they were doing that were making the youth there to become self-reliant and all of that? The problem is the youth, not the government, because in other states we don't have companies as we have here in River State, and yet, okay, are you saying the whole of this transformation that is not big enough for River State to work there? But they are not there. Compare River State in terms of company to other states, you will know that River State is still leading. And yet, people are still complaining lack of employment. There's nothing government except you want government to build a company, and which you know that government cannot manage any company. Remove your hand from government and do this thing yourself, not government.
All right, thank
so
you.
We should stop it until we begin to think of what to do for ourselves. We'll continue to government till tomorrow. Okay, you that is talking, is it government that is you are working for?
All right, thank you very much for your time. Well, thank you. So let's take other calls. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Maxwell.
Honor Samuel, good to have you. Go ahead, sir.
God bless you. I don't like actually talking at people, but the recent person that I just called, I don't think he's from River State.
No, it doesn't matter.
The people of the East have decided to fail to put their government, checkmate their government to do what is right for them. I think the people of River State have not failed in that perspective. They decided to run away from their government, leaving them with the resources to squander the way they like. And they're going to personal.
I wouldn't want you, only Samuel. I wouldn't want to take this conversation personal. Let's treat the issue. Yes, I want us to treat the issue, the main issue around.
The government that we have, the governor, the local government chairman have decided to misbehave with our collective funds because we have said that we should go and sell for ourselves. Yes, but the atmosphere has to be created. You must relate with your people, your co-citizens in the state and non-citizens of River State. You have to interface with them. What are your problems? What are the areas that we think we can come in? What are the areas that we think we can do to at least to reduce your pay to the barest minimum? Must I run out of my state before I make it also right? No, everybody has its own way of doing things. You go to the US, hardly before the US leave their country, hardly before the Saudi Arabians leave their country, because they have made their country so comfortable for them to live in. They take away poverty. What are we talking about? Government know what to do, but they will not do it. Look at my local government chairman in Asatio local government. What is he doing? Nothing. It's not answerable to anybody. They misuse the funds for their personal development and for their family growth.
and leaving the people that the allocation is being made for them to live in poverty.
Thank you, Onusama.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, brother.
Welcome, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, Uday is my name. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Yes, please.
My dear brother, see, I want to support some ideas. But let me ask something. If, for example, a hardworking father gives birth to a child, are you expecting that child to be a lazy child? The truth of the issue is that we should be asking why Transamadi Industrial Layout is dead and buried. Is it the liver suit that killed those things? The truth of the issue is that, my dear brother, there is something in River State which I do not understand. I'm not an Rivers guy, but I live here over 20 good years. So I have to contribute, whether good or bad, to make sure that River State become a state that at least I will be given a good example. If, for example, the Rivers men and women, being the fathers of those youth today, decided to build River State in a good manner, the youth will be also have the senses of industrialization. But their fathers are not even thinking so. Most of those men that claim to be the elders in the villages and the kings and chiefs of this town, they also behave like they are youth. Olden days, I'm telling the truth. They are after what federal government will be giving to them, what chieftaincy title merit, whatever merit. They don't even think how to develop their cities. Are you telling me that Rivers youth are lazy because their father are not lazy? If your father is hardworking, you must emulate what your father is doing. So the problem of Rivers State here is government and the leaders of the state. From origin of creation of Rivers State to date, what they are after is what to eat. They are not after what to bring to the table. Oil we are talking about, we have oil. Are we the only people that have oil in the world? If you come to even in Africa here, there are a lot of countries that have oil. At least they are doing more better than even Nigeria and Rivers State included. If you cut oil out from Rivers State today, my dad brought and nothing come out, not even the fish. How many people are in the creek even hunting for fish right now? Most of them are around the government houses, chieftaincy positions, looking for 1,000 naira for federal government and state government.
Thank you very much for your time. All right, this one says, good day, Max. Wale from OG says, my take on job creation first. Both the youth and political leaders needed as a matter of urgency, character reformation. Even if factories are all over River State, I bet you non-indigens will get higher percentage of employment. Let Governor Fubara please revive Michelin Tires in Transamadi. It can be renamed to Rivers Tires, and it can generate 15 to 20,000 employment. Thank you, Wale. Please, the government can use the 5 billion to open a warehouse and stock it with food items where people can buy at a reduced price. For example, a bag of rice can be bought for 2,000. A rubber of Ikwere Gari 3,500. Handsome, do you think that's possible? You recall what happened in Bielsa. The government is saying that those looted items were expired. But I ask a question. Who stocked them in those warehouses in the first place? All right. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Maxwell, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Baby from Port Harcourt.
Yes, please.
Maxwell, we have said it severally that the kind of leaders we have in this country is leaders that don't have the masses. Their problem is they want to get the power. The idea and the intelligence and the knowledge of be a leader, they don't have it. If they claim they have it, why creating issues to those you claim that you want to be? Look at the problem that we are facing today, that masses are being given palliative. And you install it. Why installing it, for goodness sake? For what reason? I believe that if palliative is given, it will not take 30 days, or 2 days, to make the appropriate arrangement to share these things to the needy, those who need them. They're installing it today, saying that people will wait, and even then you get the 5 billion. You are not even coming out to the press and how we are going to share this money to the needy. But you are keeping silent. Why our leaders are enjoying in the people, impoverishing in poverty? But I was hearing the military men, Air Force, saying they have bombed this, they have done this in the creek, in the this. Is it creating problems in order to kill your people? Because I don't think we are in a war with any country. But these are just territorial area of Nigeria. But you are destroying it. Meanwhile, you decided to create problems to the youth. If you immediately engage the youth, who will go and do oil country? Who will go and leave your job and go to steal or do whatever? But they have failed to do what the responsibility they have. I think they should have a rethink. Because when the masses will rise, we have been knocking it like a town crier. Governors, ministers, presidents, whoever is you, when the masses will rise, your bullet and gun of your security will not save it.
I don't want us to go there. It sounds like you're sending a warning.
That's
thank you very much. Let's keep it civilized, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of my colleagues just sent me, said converting the engine to CNG is about 200,000. My question is, who will give that money? Timmy Perez Silva told us one of those years, is it 2020 or 2021, that how many vehicles were going to be converted. And I asked a question, how do you select the vehicles that will be converted? Are you going to select it state by state? Do you even have data? Or you select those, the ones of your political friends to convert? Although I don't know if any was being converted. Now, for the car owner who doesn't even have money to buy fuel, if you check Port Harcourt now, the streets are always empty. People have parked their cars, and that's because they don't have money to buy fuel. I boarded a commercial vehicle one of these days. It wasn't really a commercial. I think someone who owns a vehicle was coming back from work, and the car stopped on the road. Fuel finished. We had to push it into a filling station. It is that bad. So if the government decides to say, oh, convert, which money are you going to use in converting to CNG? Who will pay? Who will bear the cost? Or is government going to say, okay, just bring your car into so factory? Once they convert it, we'll pay the cost. Is that going to work? Can government do that? These are the things we should also consider. But in the area of agriculture, can government also invest? Yes, because, we have a program, we do agricultural program every Friday, and most of our guests who are professionals, not political farmers, have always advocated that they have farms. That most times when monies are released for agricultural purposes, it goes into the hands of the political farmers. It doesn't come into their hands. Like one of them said, he's just coming from his farm now. Look at his hands are dirty. And these are guys who have farms. But they are advocating that they need a mechanized system. I was meant to understand that there's no there's no tractor in River State. I don't know how true that is, that they have to hire from Imo State. So you think we can invest so much? Just like you said, we should put oil and gas aside.
Exactly.
Can we invest in agriculture so much?
Yes, of course. We can actually invest in agriculture. That's why I was saying that if you're coming in, immediately you're being sworn in as a governor of River State, you have to understand that building a very good economy in River State should be a priority. So you keep oil and gas aside, try to identify those products that can really stand River State out. What is our comparative advantage against any other state?
We have cassava, we've talked about
exactly.
That. We have plantain.
Exactly.
We have banana. We have yam. Then fish. Even crayfish.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the government can actually invest more.
Okay.
It also creates employment for people. Then you also make more money. The government can also get more IGRO from those investments. That will also help you to build more infrastructures.
What happened to the banana plantation in Norwa?
Okay, now you begin to ask yourself, ask the government what happens in Transamadi. All our ailing industries, nobody is reviving them. We have Transamadi. Transamadi used to be our industrial park. What is happening in Transamadi today? Transamadi alone can generate a lot of employment for people, right? But like I told you, for the past 8 years, there have not been concerted efforts to make sure we grow our economy, to create jobs for the people. So that has been the problem.
All right. Thank you very much, Tekena Endwell Iningba, former River State rep to the Nigeria Youth Parliament, Abuja, and he's also a young politician and development expert. Thank you very much for coming on the program. We appreciate you. And hopefully hopefully we're still just. You said you don't believe in prayers.
I believe in holding my leaders accountable.
Accountable, not really praying for them. Yes. All right, Lost from Ahoda says, Maxwell, whoever blamed Rivers Youth underdevelopment on the youth themselves got it all wrong. There's a high level of conspiracy to underdevelop Rivers Youth to deter them from taking over their state. Thank you, Lawson. That's much we can take. The sports scan will be coming up next. Just to let you know that Nigeria has no reason why her people should be poor. Same with Rivers State. They have no reason why her people should be poor. But we need to invest in the right place, stir up the system, stir up the economy, and naturally money will come in. Electricity is also one area that can create a lot of jobs. We hope that the government will do the needful in conjunction with the private sector. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. There's Beckham. Time, Tyson get right. Hold all the way. Look at that.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the great.
very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Niger Football edition of Today Sports Live. Of course, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Victor Oriahi. I'm your favorite melanin sports presenter, and it's time for us to dig our teeth into some of the talking points in the Nigerian football scene. On the menu today, we're going to be looking at Delta Queens. They're to face Apoem Dakoa Ladies of Ghana in the CAF Women's Champions League WAFU Zone B final. And if they win that game, it will guarantee them safe passage into the CAF Women's Champions League. How about the chairman of Eimba FC, Nwankwo Kanu, reiterating that the club will seek reinforcement following their elimination from the CAF Champions League during the weekend. And we've got the draws for the 2023-2024 Nigeria Premier Football League season taking place today. We'll be talking about that as well as the ahead of the international break. Super Eagles player Kenneth Omeru has expressed concern of a lack of stability in the coaching crew of the national team. These are the talking points that we'll be taking a look at on the show today. And I've got the guys right here with me. Ival Edu, the midfield maestro, is in the studio. Welcome to the show, Ival, and good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor. Not the best of times for Nigerian football. We had 4 teams in the CAF club competition. The first time of asking 2 are already dropped by the wayside. And the 2 teams remaining, what is the likelihood that they make it to the group phase of the competition? It gets bad every season. It's now 5 years and almost 6 seasons since we last had a Nigerian club side in the group stage of the CAF Champions League. So when next they do rating and you don't find Nigeria inside the top 15, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Nice to be on the show today.
All right, Isn't OT is also here. Welcome to the show, Isn't Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Victor. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio and to you out there, our lovely listeners. One thing in life is that you can't give what you don't have. So we don't have it and we are out.
All right. Henry Ogungo is also here. Welcome, Henry.
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon to my colleagues and to all of listeners out there. I think for the continental competitions, I don't even bother.
We don't have it.
We don't have it. But I think what is a major concern for me and the man, one of the senior heads in the Super Eagles, Kenneth Omeru, is the instability that's always bedeviling us in the Super Eagles, and knowing that there's a World Cup qualifiers just around the corner. It's quite sad.
All right. Well, the show is always designed to be interactive. We've got our feedback platforms for you. Text and WhatsApp is 0701 933 9962. Again, 0701 933 9962. That is the number to send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to. We're going to throw open the phone lines later on so we can get to hear from you directly on the show.
There's a gift of power in every man.
We the greatest that we can be. We got power to rise. We the champions, make history. Keep the brightness alive.
All right, let's start off with the CAF Women's Champions League qualifiers. Delta Queens have booked a spot in the final of the WAFU Zone B qualifiers for the 2023 CAF Women's Champions League after defeating Atletico FC 3-2 in extra time. Melissa Behinan had silenced the ground as early as the 5th minute to put Atletico in the lead. However, a second half comeback from Delta Queens set a thrilling finale. Mercy Omoko restored parity in the 68th minute before bagging her brace 8 minutes into extra time to put Delta Queens ahead for the first time in the game. Tara Falabi's efforts in the 106th minute extended the home team's lead to 3-1. However, the visitors grabbed a later goal in the 115th minute of play as Delta Queens held on. In the other semis, Apoem Dakoa of Ghana pummeled Sam Nelly FC 6-1 to set up a showdown with Delta Queens in in the final, with the winner representing the region in the Women's CAF Champions League in Ivory Coast later this year. That's sometime in November. All right, Izine, let me start off with you. You talk about the Delta Queens and their run to this very stage. You know, it's not been a poor one in any way for the Delta Queens side, but then that there was a little bit of fear seeing how Atletico FC held them to a 1-0 draw, had to stretch the game into extra time before they were able to get a 3-2 win. And then you're facing a Apom Dakwa ladies that pummeled your own opponent 6 goals to nothing. Is it going to be another situation, another case of a Ghanaian team once again preventing the Nigerian team from going ahead in the CAF competitions?
Yes, for Delta Queens, they've had a good run when you come about the qualifiers. That's in the Waffle Zone B qualifiers in this tournament. Is expected for every Nigerian team that's in the female league that goes to that competition. You're expected to go for further in that competition. The benchmark for us usually has to be the finals, because that's where everything is now at stake, and that's one thing that the Delta Queens side have been able to do. The game, that's the semi-final, was a scare compared to other games they've played, where they were able to pummel the teams they've played 3 goals to nothing and so forth. But this time was a bigger challenge. They came from a goal behind and then went 2 goals up. Although towards the end of that game, the Atletico side got a second goal that made the game 3 goals to 2 in a 5-goal thriller. So it's something that they've done. The number one task has been achieved. That's get to the final of the zonal qualification, because this is where everything comes to book. And you asked if it's possible that it happens. Victor, I'm very sad to say this, but it feels as it is the case. Let's remember the that's the maiden edition of the CAF Women's Champions League, where Rivers Angels, they were the representative. If you can remember, Rivers Angels lost to Asaka's Ladies of Ghana, and that was in the final zonal qualification. The reason why we got to the CAF Women's Champions League was because it was Ghana that was hosting, and as hosting rights, they were given 1 slot, and the Rivers Angels took the other one based on that qualifiers. But now it's going to be different, and we have to do everything in our own disposal to make sure that we're able to defeat this side. The Ghanaian side have never been pushovers when it comes to competition, especially when it has to do with Nigeria. So it's a big task for the ladies, looking at how they struggled to win the semi-final game. In the final now, all is at stake. You need to because for you to get to the Champions League, you need to first win your zonal qualifiers, and if you don't win it, it's out of it. So we have to commend them for what they've done. Even the state government supporting them, 3 million naira for the game, and also now for the final, each goal scored, you get 1 million naira. And not as much as what the men can get, but when the ladies see this kind of thing, I think is also a big motivation to them going further in the competition. So let's see how it will be for them in the final. But when you're playing a Ghanaian side, definitely you can't beat your chest so much to say Nigeria will come out victorious at all means.
You cannot beat your chest to say Nigeria will come out victorious. And the Ghanaians have shown they've played some brilliant football. There's a particular name I have been trying to remember, Tracy Twom. She scored a hat-trick in that game yesterday against Sam Nelly FC of the Republic of Benin. And this competition, they found it so easy to get goals in. So coming into the match, who do you think will be the favorite? Would you say Delta Queens with the home advantage, with the home support, or do you think, looking at the past games, heading into the final, it's got to be Ampoem Dakwa?
Well, I feel both teams to show themselves respect, because they know how dangerous and how good they are, how talented both squads are. I listened to the coach of the Apem Dakwa side, and he did state that he's learnt his lesson, because the last time he faced the Nigerian side was Bayelsa Queens, and he lost that game by 3 goals to nothing. So it's more like an eye-opener, facing another Nigerian side in a prestigious final that has all to play for. Now, there are 2 things here. For Delta Queens themselves, they've also covered themselves in glory. Forget the fact that they had to wait till extra time to get the needed goals to brush past their opponent Atletico yesterday. I feel that's how the game turned out to be. And while Apem Dakwa were very clinical, hitting Sam Nelly by 6 goals to 1, it doesn't really speak much, because when both teams play, they know how good both sides are, and they'll try to go in there and respect themselves. So possibly things that are going to go in favor of Bayelsa Queens will be playing in front of their home crowd. So expect a packed stadium, because that should be the biggest motivation to bring fans into that stadium. coming to watch a Nigerian team.
State, you know, this is completely
but it's a Nigerian thing. It's a Nigerian
But
thing.
the fans have not really supported it.
That's why I'm saying that the final will be very different, because it's more like if they win this game, they get a ticket to go for the CAF Women's Champions League, and that's left for the publicity aspect of the media there in Benin to do that for the Delta Queen side and bring fans to the stand to come and cheer the girls to victory. The Ghanaians are always very dangerous, tricky customers to Nigeria any day, any time. But I feel it's evenly matched between both sides, but I'll chill towards Delta Queens because they are heavily motivated. They know how close they are to the finish line right now, and haven't noticed that the extra ticket is not there this time around, because the winner of the last AFCON was in the southern zone of Africa. So it's not like we have 2 slots this time around. Ivory Coast are taking it on the virtue of being host, so it's just 1 slot to get, and they must be clinical. I feel they'll be a bit more direct and very cautious of their opponent. I just have to tilt at this point to Delta Queens. I feel they'll nick it on the board, even if it's by penalty shootout. They'll qualify to the main draw of the competition.
All right, Henry. Now, moving beyond this game, the game comes up on Thursday, by the way. But then earlier today, it was all over, especially in the Ghanaian newspapers and tabloids, how the Ghana FA ensured or insisted every team competing in the Ghana Football League will have a women's team. And so today they came up with a list of every team, you know, and then the women's team with the structure and all of that. It seems like there's a lot of development when it comes to the women's game in Ghana. From Hearts of Oak, I think the ladies team would that be Oak Ladies, to even Ashanti Kotoko. What they did was adopt a football academy specifically for females and made it their own. So it looks like there's a rise of the development of women's game in Ghana.
I think it's a rise of their football in Ghana generally. I mean, for a while their league wasn't anything to write home about, but I think some years back, you're talking about 3-4 years back, they started putting in some reforms, putting some things in place. I mean, I think there were talks of them bringing VAR into the Ghanaian league. I don't know if that materialized or if it has materialized yet, but I mean, the Ghanaian league has been growing in leaps and bounds for the past few years, and they're trying to translate that now to the female side of the game. We've gotten the men's side to a certain level. Now we need to get the female side to a certain level also. And what's one of the easiest ways to do it? Let clubs that are already stable, that are already functional, male clubs that are already stable and functional, let them have, or female teams, let them extend their tentacles and own female teams to also help the female side of the game grow. Because I mean, at a point we're looking at Ghana also being a side that could grow in the female side of things in football on the African continent, but they have failed to do that over the years. We felt at a point it was Equatorial Guinea and Ghana that were closest rivals at a point, but Ghana fell by the wayside. Equatorial Guinea has fallen by the wayside, and we've seen Morocco now, we've seen South Africa, and of recent Zambia turning into forces on the continent, and the Ghanaian FA and government are looking for a way to change that, and that's one of the ways to do that. Put your league in order, make sure your league is good enough, develop the talents properly, and give them a platform to showcase themselves so that you can compete, be it with those you bring from abroad and those that are in the league. And I think in a few years time you'll start seeing the difference, or you start seeing the work they are putting in their league show. I mean, very soon we'll start complaining about how we're not able to beat the Ghanaian national side, female side, because of the work they are putting in place, and we ourselves were just stagnating and not doing anything, and we wouldn't be aware of what's going on over there.
Well, Victor, I feel it's an innovation. That innovation from CAF, in the new rule that states that before you can even play in the CAF club competition from this season and beyond, you have to adopt a women's team, or you have to own one of a women's team. We are seeing Plateau United, talks have been on ground to also get themselves a women's team. So imagine Plateau United, who are always trying to compete for the CAF continental places. Imagine they get a ticket and there's no nearby women team there. You could look around. I'm not sure there's any nearby.
Remo Stars has gotten Lakeside.
They'll have to go to Lafia to get Nasarawa Amazons. That's for Plateau now. You know, I'm not sure Lobby have a women's team, right?
The thing with some of the clubs, they're not even really adopting some. Just maybe some like the other a female academy, like that's of what the Remo Star side did, Lakeside Queens, and that's their own female team.
So it's better because it's going to be penny wise pound foolish adopting teams, right? It's more like I'm helping somebody's hustle blow.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can get yourself your own women's team, invest in the team, grow it, then it's better to start it right now, because Plateau are looking at the future now. If Plateau should start recruiting girls to come in and they have a women's team running, maybe after 1 or 2 seasons they find their way back into the continent. They already have a team, they can still push in the funding or push in the resources and they still help them grow. But if you're adopting someone else's team, it's as if somebody else's hustle, you're also being you're the success story behind it. So some teams are looking at that direction right now, and it's a smart move from them. But no thanks to CAF, because CAF have set the template. Before you can play in the men's game, you have to also own a women's team,
Alright.
or you adopt one for yourself.
Let's move on. As following the ouster in their CAF Champions League, newly appointed chairman of the Imba FC, Nwankwo Kanu, has reiterated that the club will seek reinforcement when necessary ahead of the commencement of the 2023-2024 football season. Imba were dumped out of the CAF Champions League by Al Ali Benghazi after a goalless draw in Aba. And speaking after the game, former two-time African Footballer of the Year turned administrator revealed that the club will need new faces to battle in 3 competitions next season. Let's hear from Kanu Nwankwo.
Definitely, a big club like Enyimba definitely is a must that you have to have enough players to execute the 3 competitions that we are in, and one have gone. Then we have the league and African League. So yes, we have to do more. We have to try and get more players to join the one that we do have. But all the same, is the sporting director, the coaches, and the players themselves have to work harder now.
I believe that with time they are going to do more, and we are okay with. I believe that with time they are going to do more, and we are okay with them. Our own is to play, so it's never anybody's doing not to win. So we must commend them. They are very good. They are very good people. Yeah, it's to defend the title. We are going to play a lot of matches, and I believe that we are still going to give our all. We keep giving our all, and we are hoping that we will defend the title again and as well win the league.
All right, so that was Ojo Olorunleke and Nwankwo Kanu speaking on Enyimba bouncing back from that one. We've hammered on this Sunday into Monday, and we just can't stop talking about it. But here, Kanu is saying that we know that this didn't go the way the fans wanted. We know we didn't go the way we wanted ourselves. But then the focus will be on getting 3 trophies. That's this coming season, because there is the league, there is the FA Cup, the Federation Cup, and then there's also the African League that Enyimba.
The African League.
They changed them to African League. You know that Enyimba will be competing in. So there's still 3 trophies up for grabs, and he says there will be reinforcements in different departments to ensure that Enyimba performs better in these competitions.
Yeah, as it should be. They ought to be reinforcement, because you look at that squad and it was more like there was nobody who could create that magic, be the X factor. It was just one man every fan had hope on, and that was Joseph Atule, the man who joined from Lobby Stars. Everything good in that game came through his foot in terms of the attack. Then a certain Eze Pinto in midfield was also quite good on the day, but other players didn't really rise up to the occasion or gave an extra push to make sure that the Enyimba got the result which was needed to qualify for the next round of the tournament. And they will have the money to spend. That's one thing that will go for them this season. I recall that the money from CAF, I think out of the $11 million or so that'll be paid, the first 1 or 2 million will be to buy players. So for transfers for this team that will be in the African League. So if that $1 or $2 million comes in, you're supposed to spend it in a way that is prudent enough. For example, this is where the guys who do the fantasy league comes in. What are you going to get? Are you going to spend so much money on Peter Shalulile from Sundowns, or you go to or I'm going to sneak into a place like Ecuador or Brazil and get an unknown but very talented footballer who can hit the balls at the back of the net, because they need goals. It's been a problem for Nigerian football, goal scoring. I could recall when Stanley Guma says that goal scoring is a national problem. because be it Rivers, be it Eyimba, be it Abia Warriors, or even Plateau or County players, they find it hard to put the balls at the back of the net. So possibly, if Eyimba is given so much money, in the start of the season, they can go in and purchase some very, potent strikers out there, fortify the midfield as well for more creativity, because that's all was also lacking. Sideways passes wasn't really helping the team, and it aids the opposing team to just easily defend you out. So if you have a man who can do some piercing runs from the midfield, take out one or two opponents, then there's space, for more players to enter into and create more problems. So Eyimba will definitely reinforce, because some of the players I saw there were not really at that standard or that level where Eyimba players should be. Maybe it's a change, it's a new era, and they'll first of all struggle before they get to their feet. But I think something has to be done in terms of reinforcement.
Something has to be done in terms of reinforcements, and isn't it? Ojolo Luke said who needs to play, so it looks like they did their job. Remember, Abia Warriors did say, the chairman did say that for every draw
at home,
the players will have to
pay
him
40,000
naira. I mean, if Eyimba were to be Abia Warriors, it means the players will probably be owing Kanu about 100,000 now, because what the monetary gain that they've let go of, or that has just been blown away from competing in the CAF Champions League. But then to the players not giving their all, do you think this problem of the usual change of bringing in, shipping in numbers, taking them out again, never allows the coach to really groom a proper side? This is Finidi George's third year. With the team, and then in your third year, you can't make the CAF Champions League.
It's very true. You look at our system, we lack stability, just like how Kenneth Omeri talked about the coaching crew of the Super Eagles. I think it's down problem of having the league in different clubs in Nigeria. Every season, a club side will always have new influx of players, and they also let go. It's not like clubs are not meant to sign and let go of players, but the problem with us is that it's a mass exodus of players. A team can start the new season with an entirely new squad. Once the draws is made today, from next, we're already seen a lot of teams do a lot of big signings. Some teams have let go of 14, 15. Some might even just disband the entire team and start afresh. So these are things that make it difficult for you to find that synergy. We talk about, let's use Bendel Insurance as a case study. The Bendel Insurance team has been together since 2019, because a lot of them came from the university setup and all before they got to this stage in the MPFL. You could see how they played last season. Yes, they did not have the first stanza of the league. We saw how they were very fantastic, until a point where some teams got to understand them a bit and then couldn't defeat them, but say, okay, let's hold them to a stalemate. And those are the things to do. So for our clubs, it's difficult when coaches tend to downsign players almost at the one the season has started. How do they create that synergy? How do these players get to, when we know that even understanding tactics is a big problem for the players we have in the league? So it's one thing that the league management and the body needs to look into. That's why we say, let us find a way to make the league look more professional. Can we do the right things? Because if these things are not being put in place, it will continue, because every management, every state government just want to win the league. It's not about the process. Whoever, if they bring in, let's say now, coach Fatai Osho is now the coach of that's Akwa United. His target now is to take them to the continent and win the league. The coach of Gombe United will tell you that his target is to win the league.
Anybody can win the league.
Those are the things that let you understand that it's not even a sustainable process, because it's just like the league season starting. I can never for one day beat my chest and say Luton Town will win the league. But the coach of, in all due respect to Doma United, the coach can be looking at that aspect, because it's very open. Because you look at the players that almost at the same standard. And one thing I think I need to understand in our league is, how do these our players play season in, season out, and we do not really record big injuries? Miracle, they tell Jesus, because only this. Because I feel like our players are playing with a lot of injuries, and that's why at some point they can't give their best. A lot of them do not even treat themselves through the right. Some go through the orthodox and all. I'm not saying I don't know how, but there are some things that we really need to check in the league. We talk about our players not being productive and all. Have we asked how good is their health? How good? What do they come? Do they just come to the pitch and let it be like I show face? Because you really need to be fit. Just one small scratch you see on the pitch of play. Player has gone out for 3 weeks, 1 month, and he comes back. So, but we don't really see that happen. a player like that in Rivers, I think that had to be Ebube, I think for like 2 or 3 seasons, he kept playing. And when the decline started showing a little, it was evident. So I think there's some things, a lot really needs to go into the league. Yes, the players also have their fault, but I think at some point it's not just the players who have to blame. It's the system in the league. It's not really favorable the way we are running it.
All right, and not favorable the way we run it. Remember, you can send in your reactions via text or WhatsApp to the number 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That's the number to send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to. Henry, before we move past this issue, some have called that in some climes, when a team as big as, take it for example, maybe in Brazil or in Argentina, Boca Juniors qualified for the Copa Libertadores, and for some strange reasons they are playing the qualifiers, and then they are unable to make it to the main draws. It's going to literally cause more of a resignation from everybody, from the coach. If you cannot take a team, a traditional team like Boca Juniors, into the Copa Libertadores, then you have no business being a coach of the side. Here is Eyimba, 2-time African champions, and the most decorated side when it comes to the Nigerian league, unable to get past the first round. It's not even a thing of not making it to the Champions League. You know, if we were in the second round and we did not make it, we will now drop to CAF Confederations Cup. We are unable to go past the first round. Do you think everything should just go as ahead as planned, or because no one is? What really do you think? Are you expecting a change to happen? Are you expecting sanctions or something to happen that would ensure this sort of occurrence never repeats itself?
First of all, Boca Juniors is better than
Hey, it was not, for example.
I know, but I mean, Boca Juniors are a bigger side. I mean, it's like, where do we find our football today? Let's tell ourselves the truth. We're in a situation whereby even I won't be shocked if Al-Ahly Benghazi is better funded and organized than we are. Let's say it as it is. Libya in a state of turmoil, but it looks like their football is even more organized than ours tends to be. If Al-Agda can knock out one of our best sides in Plateau United last season, we're even scared of playing the Libyans now. That's what it is. It's funny, but for Finidi George, I think the issue, like now, why he wasn't on the touchlines, because it's clear he didn't have the required badge.
So for everyone, George, so we've got to clear that out.
Yeah,
so
he didn't have.
That said North African antics. At
It's
the
not.
end of the day,
It's just.
North African
I thought he had a pro license, but it's just a UEFA A license, and and it's not equivalent.
At a UEFA A
it's not
license.
equivalent to a CAF A.
No, at a UEFA A license. Let's see. It's just like we're talking about. Sorry, I want to go to Cambridge and the SSC we obtain here. You understand? Cambridge is A level, right? No. We know what's obtainable in Africa and what's obtainable in Europe. If you can UEFA A license,
It's
can't
not
get you on the
CAF
board.
A.
It's in the room.
UEFA A is equivalent to a CAF B. CAF A is equivalent to UEFA Pro. UEFA Pro is the highest. That's what their numbering is. Pro is the highest, A then B. Us is CAF A, B, and C. So, and according to CAF rules, is either a CAF A or any
the pro license
from any other sister federation. So I mean, even if you need it, they didn't even meet the requirements.
You know
That's the funny
like
thing.
that.
And for the assistant, I think you have to have a CAF B.
He has a CAF C.
But the assistant's equivalent is actually a CAF
So
C.
it's UEFA C. I mean something. I know it's C.
Yeah, the UEFA C, that is the grassroots.
Yeah, he has to be a UEFA.
UEFA C, that is like the grassroots. That's like the grassroots license.
He was trained in the UK, so I know.
So you say that's a problem. Let's look at this thing. What level of coaches are we dealing with? Coaches are we dealing with? Yes, you say other countries. Because I was reading a report, they say that before the previous board, you had to circumvent the whole thing.
No, it's not really to circumvent. You know that this rule became strict.
It's about 2 years ago.
Last time. Eyimba did not. The other 2 seasons past, Eyimba went through. That was 3. We're still in the early round. Yes. Last year, they did not qualify. So
that's the problem. So I mean, you have to look at the quality or the level of. I'm not saying Finidi might actually be a good coach, but I mean his license is something has to be done within the next 1 year about that, because I mean 1 year is even too much. I mean he already has his UEFA A. he can get a CAF A or UEFA Pro within a short period of time, because what is enough to sit on the bench? I'm also saying this because of the African League. That's another thing, because I mean, the necessary he felt he needed, he won the league, but still I still feel it might be too rash of a decision to actually let the man go, because I think that CAF League, you're talking about something that's starting, is it October or thereabouts? In October this year. I don't know if he'll be able to be on the bench or sit on the bench, but something has to be done about that. But I think for now, the best situation or scenario is just to continue with the man, because changing a coach on such short notice might not be the best solution for Enyimba, knowing that they are going into a league season where they are trying to defend their title. The Federation's Cup is up for grab, and also, like I said, the African Super League. So sort out the coaching badge issues as soon as possible, give the man the necessary support, and just give him this season. If the performances aren't up to scratch or what you expect, then I think it's high time you let him go.
Let's go to the phone lines to get to hear from the callers. 0810 951 0951 0810 951 951 or 0817 951. Hello, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
That's everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, actually,
what's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yes, please, I'm Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
What happened to Enyimba at Aba deserves an inquest, because this is the first time I followed this club. This is the first time Enyimba is being eliminated at this stage of the competition, especially in the CAF Champions League. Enyimba has been consistent in Africa, and when you made an analogy between Enyimba and Boca Juniors, at least what Boca Juniors is in South America football is exactly what Enyimba is in Africa, African football, African league. So we should make an inquest. A team that scored 3 goals away and played better away, and also played better at home. I don't know why they could not score a goal, just 1 goal. I don't want to believe that it's because of the coaches' incompetence.
Well, the coaches didn't even sit on the bench when they were away from home as well.
No. Sitting on the bench does not make it. It is the technical input. Technical input during the training, and routine analysis in the boardroom. So it's not an issue of being on the bench or not being on the bench. There should be something is wrong. I follow this club very well. If anybody is playing at Aba, there's always pressure on that team. If this match was played at what's it called, Uyo Stadium, Enyimba could
Best of champions.
Won that match. Yeah.
All right.
There's always pressure when anybody is playing at Aba. I follow this club very, very well. And that is the reason why they could not score.
All
so
right.
they won that pressure.
Let's leave it there. Thank you so much for your contribution. Hello, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody at the studio.
You're welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you. This is Erika. I'm calling from Madam.
All right, Onyedikachi, let's hear from you.
Let me start from our league. Our problem here in this league is our organizers. Number one, look at the teams and the players in the league. At the end of every season, we lose our best legs, best strikers, best defenders. All of them will fly out. At the new beginning season now, we start recruiting. An instance, Emeka Obioma was a top striker last season. A season before last, where was he? Can you tell me, as a journalist, where Emeka Obioma have played before and scored 5 goals in the league? Let's say he's coming up. Have you scored 7 before? And instance, he's coming up. No, he was just recruited from nowhere. He has the opportunity to become a higher goal scorer. Akora Yaka. Now he has flied out. We start recruiting again. At the end of this season, no matter how the league will work, we have a top scorer. At least Akora Yaka. So our problem here is destruction. if you go to Sudan, maybe Tunisia, Algeria, you will see a player that play in their league for 8 seasons.
All right.
5 seasons. They play together. But such a thing is not here.
Thank you very much, Oyedikachi. Let's leave it there. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Victor.
Welcome.
My name is Gideon.
Gideon, you're welcome to the show.
Yeah, I want to still talk about this issue of this not allowing Finidi to sit on the bench. I'm getting these things sound so ridiculous. What I want to ask, FIFA and UEFA, they don't have such kind of laws. Any coach that you bring that is coaching your team, whether continental competition or world competition, it's your own cup of tea. If the coach is having whether license or whatever, they will allow him to sit on the bench. If quality is not enough, it's your team that will lose. It's not. So I've not heard FIFA or UEFA bringing out such laws that the coach just have to
well, because before you even apply for the job, there are qualifications you need to even have before your CV is even accepted. It's just like for a company to say, okay, second class upper graduates only. With the second class lower, you can't even apply. So that's why you don't hear those issues, because the people that even qualify for interview stages already have those requirements. So what we do is possibly don't do due diligence of what we want to get, and at the end of the day, the rules catch up with us.
Yes, but what I'm not even saying is that even at that you have to have that requirement before you coach any European team. But FIFA and UEFA don't come up with this kind of law that CAF came up with, that because you don't have social license, you will not sit on the bench. I've not had it. It's a draconian law.
First off,
now, one I want to add is the license that the national coach for this year and Remo Stars coach have. Is it more superior than the one that Finidi has? You cannot tell me Finidi's own license will be more internationally recognized than the one those other coaches have. But those ones start on it. So what CAF is doing, you will see that this thing, you see that it will not see the light of day. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense of Africa.
We're just led to assume that Ogumode, the Remo Stars coach, will have a UEFA Pro license or a CAF A license. Else he wouldn't have been allowed to also sit on the bench.
Yes, he has that CAF license, but it's wrong for them to say because Finidi does not have that CAF. Meanwhile, the UEFA license that Finidi has is even more internationally recognized than that.
All right.
So it, to me, it doesn't make sense. I think NSF will say we have a stronghold in CAF. I mean, they should look into that matter. They should think about that matter anytime they are having such meetings.
All right. Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's hear from this caller. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm also good boy calling from Bolivia.
Welcome.
Yes, please greet everybody in the building.
Everybody,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I can't wait to see Wimbledon tonight. It's a very big match tonight. See Wimbledon. You know what I'm saying?
We are talking Nigerian football.
I know. See, for any to go out of the competition, I'm very. The thing, I'm sorry. I'm very, very friendly. I'm telling the truth. I thought that they would kill the game in Abaya. I thought that even the one goal, they would score one goal. So anybody can qualify. Last season, they did not make it to continent. This season, they make it. No way. I'm going to let them improve. Let them get more players. So next season, they can go far. Because now this result is very tough. You went somebody home and scored 3 goals, and your home at you can't score 1. Now it's a pity. It's a pity. I'm telling the truth. They do mistake by allowing the club to score 4 goals against them. Usually I thought that he end 0-0 or he end 2-3-3. I tell you, anybody could have qualified. But I wish them next season, good luck. But you know what I'm talking about? How about Wimbledon? You know, they have match tonight. Arsenal went to buy a battle.
Let's leave it there. You've done well. Hello, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No photocopy on the line.
Welcome, no photocopy.
I think people that are complaining that Enyimba did not meet up are those that were expectant. I did not expect Enyimba to meet up because I know that they will not meet up against the North African side. We always manage to play a draw at home, just like Aqua United 2 seasons ago. When we go to their place, we lost woefully as it happened. I will not dwell with their failure. I will only say that if they really want to play a football the way others are playing football, we should improve our league by bringing more legs. Our league is not competitive. Bam, like the one they did last time, by made the champion. They can't it for them. 9-time champion. How do they play and become that champion? It's through implementation and what have you. No competition. How many visitors, how many talented players are in the league? When once one person managed to score 15 goals, they will now go to Europe. The person will lose in North America, North Africa, like the like of Abullah or Salami in the Midwalk and Co. Well, we don't hear about them again today, but they were Golden Boot winners. The league is not competitive. They should make this football the way they are playing football in other places competitive. Bring in players, put money, bring in investors. That is when you can have a team that can go there and get to at least semi-finals or finals of this competition. This level of league that we are playing, we are still very far from the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Photocopy, for your contribution. Let's move on as the eagerly anticipated draw for the 2023-2024 MPFL season is set to take place today, following the annual general meeting convened by the board and attended by all 20 clubs. This significant event will mark the inaugural AGM under the leadership of Honorable Benga Elegbeleye, the newly appointed chairman of the NPL board. Having effectively steered the interim management committee and implemented sweeping reforms in the domestic top league, Elegbeleye embarks on his first AGM with a clear vision to transform the league into a commercially attractive entity. He expresses anticipation for a productive annual general meeting, emphasizing the importance of sharing the league's vision and strategy to elevate its commercial appeal. The NPFL's recent venture into live broadcast streaming of matches has set a promising precedent, hinting at the league's commitment to embracing new avenues of engagement and revenue generation. Following the AGM proceedings, the draws will take place by scheduled for 5 p.m. and we've got preparations for the upcoming season already in full swing, with all 20 clubs arriving in Abuja yesterday. So the draws is what will determine the nature and outcome of the new season of the Nigeria Premier League. Ival, if at the end of the day we get to hear that it's an abridged format that was agreed, how would you take that one? And what are you really expecting from the AGM meeting today? The AGM and also the draws for the league.
Well, I've seen numerous or countless pictures already surfacing on various platforms, and all club chairmen and the representatives are right there for this particular meeting. Already we had passed this stage of if it's going to be an abridged league or it's going to be played in a full league format, because the club owners had sat down and democratically gone for a full league format. What was left for us to do was the draw, and football has to start kick off on the 9th of September. So, but if there is any change in plan, I will be very disappointed, because the excuses that was peddled around that many Nigerians saw reasons on why we should play an abridged league format was so that we could meet the deadline of submission of teams that will be in the CAF Club competition last season, and we did duly meet that and had a very wonderful and compact season where we had it culminating in that Super 6 tournament that everybody got to enjoy. So if they go back on that, it will be quite sad, because there's no need. What will be the excuse this time around? Sonny Dare did say we are in a state of comatose, and so when they give you a jab to jerk you back into life, you need to sustain treatment until you get fully fit, that you can start running or doing your normal activity. But I don't see it like that with our football. I feel we had played what we played last season. It shouldn't be repeated, because honestly we didn't really have the true winner at the end of the day. If we had a round robin format of all 20 teams trying out each other in different match venues, possibly Bendel Insurance would not have gone 90 or 18 or 19 matches unbeaten. It would have been a different ball game entirely. It would have met other opponents who would have posed problems, other than what the teams in their group did offer them. So let's have a full-fledged league season. Let's see all 20 club sides try their might against each other. Then let's have a true champion, because we really need to be sending out correct representatives, to the continent.
Send out correct representatives to the continent. All right, isn't it? I don't really know why you're giggling. if it's because of something Yvonne said or something else, but then you've got
Victor, I just find it funny when we keep saying the British league season we did not get good winners or something. Please, even when we played the full league season of recent, where have they gone to? Aqua United won the league, and that was that in 2020. They were knocked out the same way Eyimba was knocked out.
But Belouizdad,
Belouizdad. Last season, I think that was Rivers United. Just Rivers United was able to do something right the previous season. So I just feel we shouldn't be putting what we do in the continent with whether we play full or abridged. Yes, no one is looking at an abridged league season, but it's funny when we are 10 minutes towards that level, because some fans are not feeling because Eyimba, because the league was played in an abridged format, so that's why Eyimba is knocked out at this range. It's just the quality that we have. Look at Remo Stars too, a high scoring side in the league, even in the Super 6, when it matters the most. They still crashed out. Although there's some questions you might want to look at, because Rebel Stars scored another goal in that game, a goal that you might feel should have been given. Because for me, that and the player that scored that goal was onside. In their home ground, things still happened. They did not qualify. So if we are judging it based on it being an abridged league, I won't buy that. I won't be part of those people that feel because it was an abridged league season, that's why it's happening. It's just the quality that we have. It's just the kind of system that we have that can push us forward. So it has nothing to do with whether it's an abridged league season or a full league season. For me, that's one thing I think I won't buy that idea.
All right, let's talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria quickly before we head back to the phone lines to get to hear from the callers again. As from indications, Jose Peseiro will be on the bench when the Super Eagles tackle their South Home counterparts in an African Cup of Nations qualifier in Uyo, the Akwa Ibom capital. With confirmation that the Portuguese-born coach has submitted a squad list to the Nigeria Football Federation. An official source at the Dankaro Football House Secretariat of the NFF told Complete Sports in an exclusive chat on the condition of anonymity that Peseiro will take charge of the Super Eagles in Uyo while he's still negotiating a new contract. Peseiro's contract expired in July 2023 and is currently discussing a new one with the NFF. The NFF wants him to take a pay cut to continue as the coach. According to the source, I can't confirm that Peseiro is still our national team coach and will be in charge of the Super Eagles against Sao Tome on the 9th of September in Uyo. He has submitted a list of players for the game in line with FIFA regulation that the invite must reach the respective clubs of the players at least 15 days before the game. He couldn't have picked the players if he wouldn't be in charge of the team. He has also spoken to the players and the majority of them have confirmed their availability for the match. The coach is happy coaching the national team and I'm optimistic he would accept the pay cuts to lead the Nigerian team to AFCON next January. All these talks about sacking Peseiro and he's being replaced by Eguavon Finidi or Salisu are not true. The NFF and Peseiro are still negotiating and I'm very sure they will reach an agreement pretty soon. Meanwhile, Super Eagles player Kenneth Omero has called for stability in the coaching crew. He was speaking in an interview monitored by Today Sports Live. He did express his concern over the uncertainty surrounding the position of the national team coach ahead of the international break.
We need to have a technical crew. We need to be stable. We need to have a technical team that will take us to where we're supposed to be, that will give us what we get as players in Europe. Not like we don't even know who will be the coach in the next game. So this is crazy. This has to be fixed.
So that's the man Kenneth Omero speaking. Henry, two things here. You've got the source saying Jose Peseiro has already submitted it because, it is what it is. If we have the international window coming up pretty soon, we have to already have submitted our list so that the players can start informing the clubs and all of that. So who did all of this? The source says it's still Jose Peseiro that did it. He's going to take the pay cut. He's still going to continue as Super Eagles coach. And then there's Kenneth Omero saying that they need some stability to know who really is the coach of the team as it will help the players better. Your general assessment of this before we go back to the phone line.
Like I told Reliance on Sunday, we're confused and we still sound or look like we're confused. Like if I said, like Loso said, there's no smoke without fire also. And with the rumors coming out that his contract wasn't there, has expired and it hasn't been extended, that we'll have one of Finidi, Salisu or Iguavon take the role for the Sao Tome game. I mean, it's probably true that there might have been some truth actually to that story, but maybe the outcry from Nigerians themselves have caused the NFF to actually change their stance. So try to see how they can make the man just stay on the job for the Sao Tome game, because it's more like probably what happened with Stephen Keshi for the 2015 AFCON qualifiers, where you're like, okay, guy, I beg, just stay, just handle the 3 or 6 matches, or just handle this last game against Sao Tome, then we still continue with contract negotiations and see where this guy. I mean, you had a coach that the contract was expiring in August. You didn't deem it fit or see it fit to start negotiations before then. If you knew that you wanted to retain him for the AFCON, or start negotiations with someone else, if you knew that you wanted to let him go. So it just shows how confused and how poorly we run our football over here. So for the NFF, I'm not surprised. I'm not expecting anything much. If Pesero is going to be our coach for the AFCON qualifiers and for the AFCON, all fine and good. Or we also have 2 World Cup qualifying games to come up in November, which is actually very important. Other teams in our group have stability when it comes to their coaching crew, and we do not. And we will expect ourselves to qualify for the World Cup. I'm saying it time, and I've been saying it time and time, over and over again, and I'll keep on saying it. If we do not put our house in order, we might as well kiss the World Cup in 2026 bye-bye, because we might have the talent, but if the environment isn't conducive, if things happening at the background are not good enough, then we will not be in the World Cup, even if it has been expanded to 9 teams for Africa and potential of a playoff slot for an African side. So for the NFF, they have to put their house in order and decide as quickly as possible, because like I said, South Africa already set under Hugo Bruce, Benin set under Genotro, and you have some other tricky ties in that group which could end up being banana peels for us if we're not careful with the way we're going.
All right, let's go to the phone lines and just take 1 or 2 more calls and we'll be out of here. 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951, or 0810 9510 Carol from Modomaya says, I'm very sure we'll have a team in the CAF Champions League group stage. I trust my girls up, Delta Queens, he said. Hello, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Welcome, Ernest. Quickly, please.
Yeah, I think our confusion in administration and everything football, I don't know whether if the summer is going to end or whether they continue until God knows how long. Because if the coach contract has ended and you don't want him again, why don't we just come on, put pen to paper and end everything between another person, just someone else. You can't go to be living like this now. This is football. Nigeria is expected to be at the top of African football. So how come we're appreciating in front of everything? Even our players, when they come back here, they can't do anything. Now look at the continent. Our teams have been affected in every angle of football. So come on, something to be done very fast and also be done right.
All right.
You understand it? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest. Hello, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please turn down the volume of your radio set.
Done it already.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Simon. Good
afternoon.
Simon, quickly, please.
Let me start from Enimba. You know, it's a pity. But I disagree with anybody that is saying that it's because of their green speech. It's just that the team performed badly, not because that 2018 that Enimba won, so played almost just because Enimba, in fact, Enimba just building. That is what affected them. And the coaching crew also.
All right,
even though this person is not there, just sitting at the bench there. You are playing somebody from Blast of the Woods. You just need at least 1-0. Just 1-0.
All right, Samuel.
You send pattern now.
I'm so sorry, Samuel. We're going to let you go now. So sorry. We cannot take any more reactions. Do join us 7:30 a.m. for Sports Attack. My name is Victoria. He did the show with Ival Edu, with Ezine Oti, and also with Henry Ogugwa.
And he makes it to the 18. And he is the... Oh my goodness, what a goal!
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Lucky Maxwell. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency says the recent floods in Nigeria are not due to the opening of the Lado Dam in Cameroon. This, according to the Director General of the agency, Clement Nze, is due to flash floods, poorly constructed or lack of proper flood channels, and inadequate drainage systems across the country. Nze said this in a media briefing at the agency's office in Abuja, adding that if the Lago Dam were to collapse, its impact would not go past Noman in Adamawa State. He said that the dam has been closed at the moment. The governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum, says no government can provide food to its entire communities. Governor Zulum stated this while supervising the distribution of food items to 18,000 heads of households at the Damboa local government area. He noted that his government has identified and selected the most vulnerable citizens to be the beneficiaries of the subsidy removal palliatives to help cushion the effect of the hardships in the state. The Nigeria Customs Service has announced revenue generation in River State as 57.4 billion naira between January and July this year. Area 1 Command in Port Harcourt Controller Chedi Wada announced the figure during a media conference in Port Harcourt. He stated that the amount is 10.6% higher than the revenue that was realized by the command in the corresponding period of last year. On the issue of anti-smuggling activities, the controller said the command, through a painstaking physical examination, was able to spot and detain containers that were falsely declared. On the foreign scene, Tokyo has demanded that China ensure the safety of Japanese citizens as it reported a brick being thrown at its embassy in Beijing in an escalating row over the release of Fukushima water. Last week, China banned all seafood imports from Japan as Japan began releasing treated wastewater from the crippled plant in an operation the UN nuclear watchdog has declared safe. Since then, Japan has urged its tens of thousands of citizens in China to keep a low profile and has increased security around schools and diplomatic missions. Japan's foreign minister confirmed media reports that the brick was thrown at its mission and echoed calls for Prime Minister Fumio Kishida for China to calm the situation. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing...
All stands, greet. Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many, so many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply am the answer you get now waiting they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then agree to grant and bail. Get it. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jamba-Jantis, solve mathematics. We did a baruawa conti. politics.
Solve mathematics.
So follow Jack by Janty. So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen.
Be for democracy.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to Tuesday's edition of The Platform on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Prince Ajubo. Time is 6 minutes past 4 o'clock. Of course, you know how we do it here. I'll be bringing you the headlines of 3 stories. Of course, we'll have you react to them. We'll go straight to the menu. Women groups in Niger Delta demand reward and recognition for their contribution to development of region. South Youth fault Governor Siminalayi Fubara's alleged recycling of old politicians into State Executive Council. And Minister of Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike confirms approval of 2 billion naira for palliative for FCT by President Bola Tinubu. Some women groups in the Niger Delta have demanded their due rights in appointments, development, political and economic recognition in all areas of government to commiserate with all their efforts over the years. The women also want the management of the Niger Delta Development Commission to ensure that women get an equal share of the women capital development to enable them thrive in the harsh economic times. The leader of the women delegation, Ankyo Briggs, who read out their position, noted that the women have stood and continue to stand with men shoulder to shoulder in the struggle of the Niger Delta region. She asked the new management of the NDDC, led by the managing director, Samuel Ogboku, to make the concern of the women their priority. Briggs also appealed to President Bola Tinubu to appoint the remaining members of the NDDC board.
In the struggle of the Niger Delta region for justice, protection of the environment, and accountability, note that in the poor state of our education and healthcare system, security, empowerment, etc., the women are painfully neglected. Suffice to add, women have not had our due rights in appointments, development, political and economic recognitions in all areas of government and regional building to commiserate with all the efforts we have put in over the years. We urge you to see to it that women get an equal share of women capital development from the management of the NDDC.
In his response, the managing director of the NDDC, Samuel Ogboku, assured the women of the commission's resolve to partner with them and also promised to carry out sustainable development that will ensure completion of abandoned projects to curb wastage.
The women form a core of our administration. I can assure you that we are here to carry along both the youths and the women. We had met with youths before. We are planning to meet with the women and also planning towards having a Niger Delta Stakeholder Summit. Apart from the issues we have to discuss pertaining NDDC, the people of the Niger Delta need to come together under one roof and also have an agenda in the face of this new administration.
And on to our talking point. And looking at this, the women, you think they are justified. Now, some people have a thing against women making demands. You know, when you hear about 35% action, affirmative action for women, you even hear the youths too, making a case for their own too. Some say there's something wrong with that the ideal thing is for these groups, whether you're a woman or you're youth, to contend with the male folk. Okay, you don't want to ask for a different treatment for you. That it's not the fair. So let's all contest on the same level playing ground. So what do you make of this? Do you think concessions should be made to women? Okay, do you think the male folk who are dominant in politics, in governance, should make some concessions to women, or it's fair for the women to struggle it out and contend for what they want themselves instead of asking for these things to be handed them down to them on a platter? Here are the numbers to call to react to these questions. 08170 0000 951. That number once again is 0817 0000 951. You can also call 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 9510. And of course, for your messages, text and WhatsApp, please send them to 0701 9339 961. 972. That number once again is 0701 9339 972 or 962. I beg your pardon. Do remember, you've got just about a minute to react to this story. Okay, hello, good afternoon to you. Okay, sorry about that. Of course, we're looking at this first story, which has something to do with women coming up yesterday. Yes, that was yesterday, early yesterday. Yes, yesterday morning to make some demands. We're asking if those demands are justified, and this thing about women making demands and for the male folk to make concessions to them is also in order. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you. Oh, interestingly.
Good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome to the show.
Miriam.
Yes, yes, of
Miriam
course.
from Operator.
Of course, good to have you on the show.
Thank you. The women and this affirmative percentages
Yeah.
they are asking about, I think it's in the right spot. And when you said the women should be left to consent with men, look at Jubo. From onset, the political scenario has been designed to favor men. You see, so many men, in fact, they started with men, politics, and then governance. And now that women are beginning to find interest in this game, I think there should be a little balance. I think they should at least, this 35% that they earmarked for women, if they can at least keep to it, then I think...
No, the question, who should give? Who gave to the men in the first place?
It has been designed, not to, in fact, from the onset to favor men. If 35% goes to women, automatically, do you know that it's just less than 20% even goes to the youth? Less than, let me say 20%.
I'd like for you to explain what you mean by the thing being designed to favor men.
Look, it's just, if you know politics, you already know politics. Politics started with men.
Okay.
Everything, so the scenario, everything has been designed, just built for the men.
Okay.
So it is now that women are beginning to see interest in politics.
Right.
And they've decided that they will give 35%. If they can at least keep to their word, keep keeping at 35%. And I want to plead on the part of women to come out in their numbers. I always advocate, come out. If you know you are eligible, you are sound, you can represent women, come out from your... Look, we have women CEOs, they are all there. I want to ask them to come out and get this interest in politics.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
And looking at the claims made or the demands, the women who visited the NDDC yesterday did make mention of their contribution. I don't know what you think of that. I mean, contribution to the development. They've been with the men all along in the fight for the development of the Niger Delta. What do you make of that statement? Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
How are you?
I'm okay. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. This is better.
All right.
You see, based on the slogan, what a man can do, woman can do it better. They should slug it out. They have all it takes. They have the power. Look, you know that this is Nigeria. They always claim they are following the Western world, jettisoning what God have already pronounced. So there is nothing like allowing them to. They should slug it out.
How do you mean jettison? How have they jettisoned what God has planned? Is that what you said?
The women folk in this part of the world, particularly in Nigeria, they've all jettisoned God. Then God have already placed man at the head of matter in everything. But because of educational or whatever, they are playing the Western world. That cause or arrangement is already being jettisoned. So to me, personally, there is no need for men to just leave them. They should slug it up with men. After all, I will not hearing the issue of this woman, the former petroleum minister.
Okay, listen. Yeah,
So since men and women are doing the same, they are involved in all this one robbery or the other. My brother, there is no need. They should slug it out. They have always told us 4 times that number. Whatever can do,
of course.
There is no need of giving them some land.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. You're saying they should take if they can, and they should slug it out with the male folk. It shouldn't be handed down to them. Of course, you know about the campaign or agitation for more youth to be included in governance. Yeah, you hear about the not too young to rule bill law. Okay, I don't know what's become of that, but for the young people, it went to that extent. It got to that extent for a law to be made to favor to have more youth being included in governance. So you could say it is the same thing. If you don't want to grant women some concessions, why do you want to grant the youth? Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me? All right, let's move on to the next story. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has confirmed the approval of 2 billion naira for palliatives for the FCT by President Bola Tinubu. Wike disclosed this when he met with contractors in his office after the first Federal Executive Council meeting of the current administration yesterday. He said the fund will primarily solve the challenge of transportation. Okay, and here's our talking point. Of all the ministers, it does seem like, of all the ministers sworn in a little over a week ago, it does seem like Nyesom Wike is one of the handful who's been hugging the headlines. And some would say for the right reasons. Well, I wouldn't know anyway. So, what do you make of him as a minister so far? It's just been a little over a week. What do you make of him as a minister so far? And judging by the way he has been going these past few days, could you say he's one of Tinubu's ministers who can be trusted to deliver? With all his pronouncements, his activities, you say there are indications that he's going to be a high performer. He's going to deliver as minister of the FCT. Okay, some other people have a different opinion of this, but tell me what you think. Hello? Okay, let me read out the numbers in case you're just joining us. 0817-0000-951. That number once again, 0817-0000-951. 4 zeros there. 0810-951-0951. And for your messages, 0701-9339-962. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
You're welcome to the show. Yeah, good to have you on the show.
This is Chris. I'm calling from Stockholm.
Okay.
Let me tell you how the politics and how they play and the minister. The same thing that plays out between former governor of Rivers State, road transportation, is the way they are going to play government. See, if you are doing business with me for the first time and you play me wayo, for example, you are my brother, you play me wayo, that person that you play wayo and show that person to.
9510951 0701-9339-962. It is the platform on radio on Today FM 95.1 FM. My name is Prince Ojib. Of course, time now is 20 minutes past 4 o'clock. Okay, the lines are open. The phone lines are open. The message portals.
Hey, my brother.
You're welcome to the show.
Yes, you are talking about the former governor of
Rivers State. Yes.
Now Minister of Justice.
Yes.
What say 2 billion naira or how many million?
2 billion palliative. I don't know what that means. What does that mean to you?
Okay, my brother. You see, these people are not sincere to us.
Which people?
Don't be annoying though.
Which people are you referring to?
These politicians.
Okay.
These our leaders. They are not sincere to us. I believe you must have heard the story, the news of in Bayelsa that how youth invaded, entered into a warehouse, break and brought out those palliatives that were.
Oh, those are palliatives, huh? Okay, I thought they were food.
Sit in their warehouse to start releasing those things. My brother, look at it. Now, look at Wike. You knew everybody is aware of his behavior towards other party members in this state. Yeah.
Everybody's aware. What behavior are you talking about?
Now he has been made one of the ministers in APC government. I'm not jealous anymore, but I'm just telling you the truth. See, now he has proposed 2 billion naira. How do you think if you are not part of, if he doesn't know you, even if he's in
could you make your point so we can move on? What are you saying, please?
Yes, what I'm saying is that What I'm saying is that people should not take him from his, people should not take him of his word. Let them do whatever thing they want to do.
Palliatives. I don't know. It's really confusing. I think it's a misnomer. If we look up the word palliative this Tuesday afternoon, Hanatu Musa. So yeah, okay. Excluding both of them, and maybe this guy, the finance minister. What's his name again now? Okay, so that is it. So what do you make of this? Do you think, going by all of these activities and these comments coming from the former River State governor, that he is sure to perform, yes, as a minister in President Bola Tinubu's cabinet? Hello, good afternoon.
May ask.
Promise what?
I said?
You said governor to promise. Promise what?
For governor to promise them that he will do well.
Okay.
Now, let me ask. Minister today in charge of palliative is Mr. Governor, former governor of River State. Is he going high or is he coming down? The whole political...
That's not the point of the conversation. That's not the point. That's beside what we're discussing.
No, I understand where I'm going. So now, if he's in charge of the promise, what of the time the one that he gave during the time of COVID, did those palliatives reach everybody? How did they share the palliative? Did you receive? Now he's promising that he will make sure those palliatives that time, did any of their families receive? They share it here in the night, so around 12 o'clock, when I was coming back, I saw them when they were sharing it.
And you didn't receive? You didn't get to
receive
your
how?
share?
Did they know you? They share it according to party. So how will this palliative now get to ordinary citizens? So everybody in Nigeria must belong to either PC or PDP. If you are not a party member, nothing for you. And if you don't want to patrol in the night to see where they are sharing it, it's not something for you. That one they will write their names according to which of the parties you talk. They write their name in the night. They will call them. They will come like two cups of rice. Is it the palliative? Where I have one bag of rice now in my house, I'm looking for who will help me follow me and eat the rice because of two cups of rice.
Okay, Chris. All right. Thank you very much, Chris. We'll wait. I hear in some states something is.
My dear brother, no matter who works the job, as our local around, 2 billion naira was given by former state government, governor of Rizal, the former governor. I'm coming.
Okay.
A particular committee was given, and he now has someone that can give him 2 billion back. That means the ministry are not growing. I know why I'm saying this, because what he was thinking, the office that he was thinking does not reach him. So let him manage that very well. Because the 2 billion cannot even go to his own pocket alone.
No, are we talking about that? Why are we going that way? It's for palliatives now. Come on.
My dear brother, see, we are in this country, We call ourselves Nigeria. We know what palliative means. When you work a shop, that is the meaning of palliative in Nigeria.
Okay.
That money you are calling palliative, my dear brother, that money cannot, if you just leave it in the next 6 months, you'll be hearing another story about that. That is just a business of work and take. They have already congratulated those their guys that have worked for them, so nobody should get it angry. Nothing like palliative. End of the day, they will just bring a carton of Indomie and the 2,000 naira and a sewing machine, 235 keke, and some other everything end off. That is it.
Okay.
So nothing.
All right. Okay, thank you. One last call. All right, that's our cue. Let's move on to our third and final story. Members of the South Youth Initiative have commended the Rivers State Governor Simeon Fumara for coming out openly to criticize the federal government for awarding pipeline surveillance contracts to individuals in the Niger Delta. The group said the one-man show business has been the very reason why the war against oil theft has been faced with a lot of challenges. The national president of the South Youth Group, Saviour Imabe, said it will be better if the contract is split among stakeholders in the 9 states in the Niger Delta region. Imabe, however, pointed out that Governor Fubara has been able to identify where the federal government has failed, but has failed to first identify where himself has failed by allegedly recycling old politicians into the State Executive Council. We'll take a listen to him now.
we are pleased that the governor of Rivers State, Sir Similayo Fubara, has come out open to criticize the federal government for awarding the pipeline surveillance contract to only one man in the Niger Delta. It is a welcome development. This one-man show has been the very reason the war against oil theft has been faced with a lot of challenge. We are pleased that Governor Fubara has been able to identify where the federal government has failed, but has failed to first identify where he himself has failed the state and to correct his steps. Governor Fubara should have first identified that he has recycled old politicians into the state executive council and failed to bring youth into the administration.
Imabe also advised the governor to include every ethnic group in the state in the mainstream for equitable distribution of developmental projects. He further asked the governor to make youths a very important part of his government, insisting that he's seen shortly, but I have here with me Savior. Afternoon.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Yes, when I heard this, somehow I was taken aback, and some are of the same view with me. Like, it's been a long time we heard Comrade Oscar come out to say, yes, the governor, River State governor, whoever, has done very well. So, yeah, what was responsible for this? Because, as I said, it's been quite a while when we heard the South Youth Initiative come out to commend the government of the state or the governor for anything.
Well, at this point in time, we are not enemies of the state, as some people should label us.
Your group.
We do a partnership situation. So when the governor came out open to identify such a mistake, we also have to admit with him. But that doesn't stop us to also say that the governor has also failed, because this is the same set of government. The governor...
he only just started, and you're saying he's already failed?
No, the step he has taken is also a step that could lead him to failure. Okay. And unfortunately, those within the cabinet or within the corridor of power are not open to tell him that, His Excellency, you are failing. And when we come out, he seems to address us as enemy of the state. We are not enemies of Simara Fubara, that we identify him, because at this point in time, there's nothing visible. You are thinking about how you are going to celebrate 100 days in office. The just recent International Youth Day celebration that was carried out by other states. Look at how scanty we have the auditorium. How scanty, even to an extent that the current commissioner for youth has to go as far as mobilizing, giving money. Even when there was money, 100,000 given to other groups to mobilize people. You gave 100,000 for people to be mobilized than to attend that function. Yet you couldn't even release up to how many million, up to 3 million or 4 million for people to be mobilized. We are giving 100,000 to different groups to mobilize people for International Youth Day. Then at the Youth Day celebration at the hall, what did you do? At the same time, what did we get? The hall was so scanty. What we were expecting was that there would be an exhibition of skill programs before now, because the program is actually...
let's take it slowly. What do you think was responsible for the scantiness of the hall?
Yes, because we have a failed system. We have a failed system. We have a government that is not willing and is not ready to do the needful. We have a government that is not thinking about governance, rather thinking about politics. We have a government that is recycled with all politicians. We have a government that considers only how to loot. And that is the kind of government we have.
Hold on now. When you talk about looting now, it's a serious allegation. And you know how we do it here. You can't make allegations without providing proof. You have to give evidence. So it's not enough for you to say this government is just about looting. So how
can you mobilize with 100,000 naira? Considering the distance and the level of transport.
You knew the amount that was designed, that was earmarked for the. If you're privy to how much was involved and how it was disbursed.
Now, if I want to give you the record straight.
Okay.
As we speak today, we are aware right now that the South Youth Initiative and myself, we are aware that there was an amount of money, more than 30 million naira, that was designed for that job.
Okay.
And at the same time, the green skill was supposed to be a platform where youth will exhibit what they have learned so far from the same programs.
Okay.
It was also not, the program was not like a program that was actually conceived by Rivers State government. It's an international program and has a calendar. So I'm also very much aware that the current commissioner for youth was supposed to be aware or abreast with the calendar, knowing very well that International Youth Day celebration is on calendar and is celebrated every year. So taking over as a commissioner for youth, what was expected from him was that you're supposed to have checked the calendar of the youth programs. If there is no calendar for youth program, you create a calendar for youth programs. Okay. And this year, International Youth Day caption
for that day.
Yes, this year Youth International Day was green skill. Okay, so now what was the skill? What the youth tell the youth? Even those that was able to attend the function, what was said there. You see, we look at a government and you consider what this government has for the youth. How many youth are involved in this current administration? As we speak today, the youth, the decision and the policies taken, how many youth are involved in this current administration? And Simeon Fubara just sit down and expect manners or manners to fall from heaven in terms of his administration. We are saying that with this current situation, even with the celebration that is about to embark upon, the 100 days in office, what are you going to celebrate in 100 days? What is the plan? What plan? What blueprint?
You wait and see.
No, it's not. No, we are in this state. I'm from Rivers State.
You don't think there could be some stuff
I go to other states. I just came in last week to Rivers State.
Okay.
I visit other South states. Okay. And I can tell you that the level at which we are going right now in Rivers State, as my own origin, state of origin, I think the current Rivers State governor is not ready to make a difference from his predecessor. Okay. And he's going to fail more than his predecessor if he continues with this footstep.
All right. I have two questions for you. But let's look at this one now. You've talked about recycling of older politicians. I don't know if you have something against, is your problem the age thing, or it's a matter of competence, who can deliver? Because there are some persons who will argue with you and tell you even the youths have been placed in positions of responsibility and they really did not deliver. Is it about the age or is it about competence now?
Before now, we have this set of people.
Did they fail?
You failed, yes.
In your estimation?
In all ramifications, they failed.
No, going by your own, opinion now, they failed. It's your own.
This set of people were with the same governor last time.
And a lot of people believe
and nothing happens. Nothing came out from their ministry. Okay. Their ministry was dead and buried. And nothing was actually designed to help or to impact on the people of Rivers State. Nothing was impacted, no positive impact from their office. So why will you bring the same set of people to come and become commissioner? Why will you bring the same set of people to continue from where they stop? Of what benefit? Now, considering the National, the State Assembly, look at the State Assembly. What is coming out from the State Assembly? Go and look at the Lagos State House of Assembly. The Lagos State House of Assembly was able to reject what was brought to them by the governor of the state because they were not handpicked. Because they were not somewhere that was handpicked to come and become a House of Assembly members. In Rivers State, can Rivers State House of Assembly reject a proposal from the governor? The answer is no, because we all know how they came. The 23 local government chairman, can they be able to do something different? They are all in Abuja. They are all in Abuja in election petition tribunal. Meanwhile, their local government is empty. In fact,
all of them are
all of them in Abuja. They are not in their local government. They don't sleep in their local government. As we speak, they are in Abuja. The venue of the election petition tribunal. That's where you can find them. Go to Abuja, you see them. That's where they are right now. Now, these are the same sorts of people that we think are local government chairmen. How are you going to talk about the affairs of a local government when you're not on ground to handle the activities of your local government? When you're busy in Abuja dancing and celebrating with the FCT minister. All of you have run to Abuja to be with the FCT minister because he's the former governor and because you are loyal to him. Is that how we define or describe loyalty? That you abandon your primary responsibility and run to Abuja to go and stay with the FCT minister?
Let's take the final question and then I'll throw the lines open to have the listener react to what we're discussing and some of the points you've raised or the issues you have raised. Okay, and that is about the governor. That was the initial thing that caught my fancy, my attention. Governor Fubara coming out to bear his mind on the award of oil surveillance contracts. You say it's a good thing, and a lot of people have said other things about him. I mean, concerning him being his own man. There's been this talk that he's been teleguided by the former governor and all that. Do you think he coming out now to condemn this action on the part of the federal government is an indication that he's after all his own man and he can do what he chooses to do as against what's been said about his independence?
Well, I think the statement of Simeon Fubara is not going to deceive us because the statement that we are not deceived with his statement because right now we're also aware that Tompolo that is from Delta State and the person in charge of the Tantita security surveillance job is also may not be in the good book of Simeon Fubara and as well may not be in the good book of the FCT minister. That was by Sayesom Wike, which is the godfather of Simeon Fubara. So anybody that is against Wike is also against SIM will never work with such person because as we speak, SIM must not come out open to take a decision of his own. Even in terms of appointing his cabinet members, it was not his personal decision. How would you know this? It's clear. This whole thing are clear. Now, if SIM actually is ready to appoint people based on his position as the governor of the state. Then it is also
so when he went to RSU some a few days ago, was it the former governor that called him saying, you must go to RSU and make comments?
No. That's what impact does that have? As we speak today, that same scenario that took place in UST is causing so much setback right now, because as we speak, the governor attacked that area where from the part of the people, especially those at the rural areas.
All right, I'll turn the microphone over now to the listener. You've spoken at length. Let's hear what the listeners got to say. You react to what the comrade here has said, and of course the issue we're looking at. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good to have you. Your name and location, please.
I'm calling from Port.
Okay.
Let me give you one assignment to do. Somebody was 2006 criticizing River State government, and he is in love with AP. But today, the same that person has been given appointment in PDP in River State.
What has that got to do with what we're discussing?
To validate what the young man is saying there. Okay. Now, let me tell you, if for example now, if you do criticize what you know that is very wrong with some administration, and at the end, the same people that we are criticizing that make us to believe that this administration is a fair administration, you are now working with them. You are now coming to tell us that the people that you have been telling us that they don't have anything to offer are the Messiah. Who are you?
Okay.
Is it the type of people you are working with?
Okay. People. You
know the person.
I don't know. People change. You know, they have a rethink. They change. They come into some new knowledge, and it influences their actions. Okay. You have some of them. I'm up with Senator. What's his name now? The fellow who was commissioner last before Wiki left. I'm trying to remember his name, from Opobo. He jumped ship.
Chris Feinbold.
Femi Fanikayo, they jumped ship. So it's a normal thing. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your guest in the studio.
Hello.
Yeah, I want to say this. Please, I have enjoyed the person you have brought in there to talk.
Oh, because you agree with him?
No, I'm not agreeing with him.
Okay.
He has his opinion, but based on what he has said, there are little truths to what he has said. But I want to tell him and ask him a question. We are happy and we know we like what you are doing. Are you ready to push it up? It is not when we...
I think they're very much free to do whatever they want to do. Freedom of association is guaranteed.
Good afternoon.
All right.
When people are saying that you should be the man in your spirit should not change, are we not in Nigeria?
What do you mean?
I mean that anything can change. As you said, a man can change his thinking or plan his plan. People should not be criticizing what is going on in the country because we are in Nigeria. If you can go ahead and do whatever I want to do. As soon as Nigerian men remains, fraud and lie is here to be growing. That is the truth.
All right.
So I'm not against of who changes or who does not. Niger Delta as a religion, for me, if I may say, the religion are losing it in total, but I thought that they are getting it. All what I'm thinking is they are getting it right. They are losing it all. In Nigeria, as you are speaking, we have about, let me just say, 4 regions. That 4 regions country, if you take among the 4 of them, the South are more confused than any other region. But today, if it's tomorrow, PDP, next tomorrow, whatever party, they don't even clap for the success of their children.
Okay.
What they after is...
We need to go now.
Passion for their selfishness. You know, this is the problem we are facing in this country. The problem of ice fish in politics. So for me, what he's saying is just the truth and not for the truth.
You agree with him. Say you agree with him.
I agree with him, but how the sustainability of this action is where my problem is. And lastly, Mr. Jobo, the 2 billion naira palliative for the FCT. I don't know what it is for. I'm telling you.
No, you're not the minister, so don't worry.
Even though I'm not the minister, I have the capacity and capability to be a minister.
Of course.
When you give 2 billion, that it is for Abuja, is it for all the residents of Abuja or for the FPC or for the TDP?
Okay.
Because I know that we have only 36 states in Abuja. Abuja cannot be a society unit like it.
We need to go now. We need to go. You've used up your time. I need to do a rehash of the story, so I will take all your messages and then we'll wrap things up here. But before I do that, I want to say thank you to you, Comrade Oscar Sivie Mabe, National President of the South Youth Initiative. Thank you for coming on the show today.
Thank you very much. Good to be
and
with
I wish you all the best. I hope you're not going to compromise someday.
Well, I've been on this course for more than 10 years now.
They say everybody has got a prize.
Well, those that have gotten a prize have the reason and what has their target, what they're actually looking at to gain from what they were doing. The system of government that we have today do not favor some of us because of the level of criminality that is involved.
Okay.
You know, a lot of our politicians today have decided to play the other part of the game. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And not all of us can actually throw in that line. So even though you think of getting involved in the system,
I'm only just asking a question.
That's why I just want to give some clarity here. Because even though you want to think about getting involved in the system, you still can't because you cannot fit in because you're kind of politics that is played in Rivers State. You can't fit in.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's go on. I'll do a rehash of the story. It's talking about the headlines, and then I'll take your messages, take some more calls, and then we'll wrap things up here. Women groups in Niger Delta demand reward and recognition for their contribution to development of the region. Minister of Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike confirms approval of 2 billion naira for palliative or FCT by President Bola Tinubu. And South Youth Initiative fought Governor Siminalayi Fubara's alleged recycling of old politicians into State Executive Council. Okay, I said I was going to take your call, so I beg your pardon. Your messages. Here we go. County is saying, Prince, Minister Wike confirming receipt of 2 billion naira palliative money does not connote in any ways performance, my brother. It seems Minister Wike must make a headline anyhow. Please let him work first, and he would be assessed accordingly. Okay, I thought he started working already. Okay, the current Commissioner for Youth in the person of Chisom Kenneth Ballis have been moving from LGA to LGA for empowerment. Last week he was at Onelga and Ahoda East local government area. Tomorrow is going to Ahoda West. Thanks, Emma Oyibo. Okay, you just informed us. I don't know what this means. Okay, okay, it means that he's up and doing his work, right? Okay, thank you. Good to know that. This savior guy has been antagonizing Sim Fubara since before the elections and even campaign against him. He's just an opposition member who doesn't see anything good in the governor. Please let the governor breathe. Come on now. He's already breathing now. He should be telling others, not the governor. Okay, this is from Uzoma Chima. If you're asking the governor to breathe, then what will you tell other Nigerians? But thanks all the same for your message. Okay, let me take a call here. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good to have you on the show.
My name is Young Elder.
Okay, Young Elder. Okay. All right.
Well, concerning some of the things that the young man has been talking there, I think Sam Fubara need to up his game. Now, some of the policies is resumed, like the issue of the promotion exercise. As I speak to you now, teachers in Rivers State have not been promoted. They have neither gotten their letters and they have not been paid. And look at what is going on with the current rate. And very soon school will be resuming. So I think the man needs to up his game. Then on the issue of the surveillance contract, they have been talking about arresting these people and destroying their goods. What about the issue of modular refineries? Can the governors in the Niger Delta put us together and meet with the federal government to see how they can put modular refineries and employ our youth? So I think the man needs to sit up. I like him, but he needs to sit up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think the basic thing is to agree. I mean, talking about the governors in the Niger Delta and then acquire a license and then get on to have the modular refineries. You could have more than one. You could decide to partner and build one in each of the states in the Niger Delta, but they're not looking in that direction. Good afternoon, Mr. Presenter. The present approval of 2 billion naira for palliative in Abuja is in the FCT is a good development. Anybody sitting at Ikoku having beef with ex-Governor Wike because of whatever happened in 2019 should know that Wike has actually moved on and is now the governor. No, rather, the minister should have said of FCT. Wike will perform well as the minister of the FCT. Paul Michael from from Ada George. Thank you, Paul Michael. Okay. Again, indeed, the governor, Sim doesn't have his own program for now. Just affirming your guest position, Kanu. Okay, Kanu is saying that he agrees with Oscar here. Oscar is gone already. And that Sim doesn't have his own program for the state. And then from KM Horsfall, good day, Ajuba. The women are late in their request. Okay, thank you very much. I think that should be all in the area of messages. A time for us to run. But of course, I would not leave without having to hear from our ancestors. I'm talking about Mazi K. God. Okay, how are you doing, ancestor?
I'm not an ancestor. I'm not. Ancestors are dead people.
Okay, you have to be dead to classify.
Because people be ancestors.
Okay, so
I'm still alive.
You have this affinity with them, this closeness. You're always talking with them.
Right? Yes, you have to communicate. If you are not communicating with your ancestors, you are finished. Yeah, you don't know where you are coming from.
Okay, we understand the governor of the state, Sim Fubara, is going to be celebrating 100 days in office. Well, what do you make of that? Some persons are asking, what would he be showcasing to
people? That is a very big question. I said the other day, he was he went to inspect work at. I've been seeing a lot of work that is inspecting. Like a girls GSS, one girls college, like one girls I think around let me not misinform because of I've forgotten the location, but I see the facilities, they were nice, you know. But my own question was that can't this kind of thing be replicated in all the local governments
in 100 days?
As in, he should make it like at least one of his 100 days promise that see this one now, because I believe all those things the ones I've seen, both some roads is the things he want to use to celebrate the 100 days. But he's supposed to give us a clear map of where River State is going to.
Okay.
After that, at least let him show us what his plans. Because up to now, I have not really seen.
But he has said that he's going to consolidate now. That's not enough.
Consolidation
on the performance of.
Seriously, let us be sincere. The River State need more. We don't have jobs. Okay. In fact, he should concentrate on the building industries.
Okay.
Let Rivers children work.
Okay.
How can I live in infrastructure?
For now.
Yes, leave it for now.
We have enough of it.
Because we have plenty of infrastructure. And we have to do another, put to 200 billion for doing close. Thank you. You should live after that one. We don't have companies. What is now? It is oil boom.
I'm sure
now it is oil boom. You cannot put one refinery in River State. Let it be that this is River State own refinery.
Those are long-term projects, but all the same. Thank you very much. I'm passing over the microphone to Mazi Kegod right now. He's coming up, of course, with the waiting to happen. Okay, my name is Prince Chibo. Thank you for doing this with me. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
We go use stakes of mathematics to follow job identity. So ya carry by be for brotherhood. Love your neighbor as yourself. Oh, for objectivity. Be objective, genuine. D for democracy. Military. M for modification of our behavior. Let's down to the same behavior. A, accountability. If you've been a job, I beg you take time easy. S for solidarity. United stand divided. Oh my shell. We enter new millennium. Shatty ball. Nigerians like 120 million. What gone? Shatty ball. One population of 6 billion. 6 billion. Divide that 1 by 120 million all together. Oh yeah. All together. The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting they make people they sleep for embassy for visa. Answer you get now waiting they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it, get it.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala need finish.
Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey
Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Kwem. Now here you go here. Wetin dey happen for Naija and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge story them, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay abroad. You dey chapa. You say this one. No worry. When time reach, I'll say I want to take. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be gate man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for Wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy Wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
All right, I'm going to thank you very much. Thank you very much. You say they listen to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. And before we go back to our program, Wetin dey happen, make we hear from our guests when they here with us. And make we hear from our guests. This now Online Homes Limited. Yes, Online Homes Limited. Welcome. Take country people what they bring up for them.
Country people now well done. Today we carry that real estate talk come for this program, so that we go tell now wetin we dey do for Port Harcourt City. Online Homes, we dey sell land, we dey sell landed property. Landed property now the one where they call house, where people they live. Land now the one where they different places, empty land. Where we say if you buy, you come build house, put inside. And the way we do our own, we dey make them very easy for everybody to fee buy. We need to just put land for places where like you will come they get land for GRA, will come they get land for places where just they develop, so that if you tell us say you want land, we go check how much weight inside your pocket, come give you the type of land where you want. If you want start to build, if you want start to develop, if you want just buy the land, keep, so that maybe they find way to keep your money, because we will not say you get some bank where we say if you get 10,000 naira, check your account balance. What you go to see there now 9,000 something naira. So some people now then they like put their money for real estate, so that at least you know say land need to disappear. So
they appreciate.
They appreciate. So when if you say you want put your money for land, where we say you go just live and there after 1 year, 2 years, then you come find way set to collect back your money. We get all those type of land.
Okay. All right, I'm going to tell country people where your property then where the petition.
So and just
the price and that one and the price.
As I talk now, we get land. We they sell our land. They very very cheap, very affordable, and affordable because you get how we they do them. No be say we put land for 1 million naira. You can't be say you go just count 1 million naira, carry give us. No, our land. If you make interest, say you won't buy, we can't tell you how you want use pay. You go pay 500, you go pay 3 times, you go pay 2 times, you go pay 20 times. How you want use pay?
Now you will get to the where one buy the client, and then get to
the say of how you want use pay. Yes, okay, so we they make them very nice, so that as you just
English not by flexible.
Flexible, exactly. Flexible payment, if to say na English while they speak. Yes. So now so they do them. So our property day for Eneka. You know, say any kind of hot cake these days, everybody now. And the sweet thing, one thing about us, where we go collect land for Eneka, most of the places with the Eneka now flood. If this rainy season, if you just go someplace for Eneka, now swim, you go sun they shine as you just enter the house, rain fall, you don't carry your trouser fold up because now swim where you go swim, come on. But we go the high part of Eneka, that land now, as I talk to you, that land now 4.5 million, and for Eneka that land now give away. I they tell you because it dey near army range, and those army people then get property opposite our own property, and that property then buy am for one plot 7 million naira, but us we dey sell for 4.5 because we dey like for people to invest and watch their money they grow. So that if you buy today, tomorrow you come, we tell you say, that your land where you buy 4.5, don't turn to 5 million, you go there happy. So we get land for Eneka, we get land for Ipo after airport. That place they that place they fastly developing. All these real estate people, they go there go buy land, and you get people who carry go inspection one day, then they talk about Rope Oku. Now so Rope Oku been there, and the energy now don't they go that Igritali, that school road side for Ipo, and we get land there. That land there we they sell them. We get for different places. One we enter inside Ipo community. We they call an Allen Garden. We they sell them for 950. Then we go another one where they after the airport, along that airport road there, after the airport, with 200 plus there. But now you know reach 50 again, because
for hostel.
That's why people they rush them, and that one we they sell them for only 1.7. You get what I've been posted today for my WhatsApp. People come, they rush me. They say, you people, when I get this type of thing, I tell them, say, when I don't hear news, say from next year, then they move year 1 and year 2 people. Say, they go that campus, go they study. So now our land now don't turn to hot cake. That's why I call and last. That's why I call and last. And now 1.7 we they sell them. So I don't talk now. I go call my number now.
Yes, call the number, make country people.
I go call my number now. Our office they very strategic place. If you know the new ShopRite where they are road, our office they behind ShopRite, Savannah Street. So if you just reach ShopRite, that First Bank, you get one road where they First Bank. You get one Catholic church, Matter, where they that First Bank side for Aba Road. You don't enter that street. You go call me. I feel even stand for road because me I be house boy. I feel even stand for road. Carry you come our office, and then luckily for you today as I come radio tomorrow. Now Wednesday we dey carry people go inspection because we need to sell audio land. As I don't come talk about the land, you go come our office. We will carry you go inspection. Inspection now when you go see the land, see say everything while they talk. No be just to come radio come talk bobo. You go come see the land before you come proceed. Come make up your mind. Say okay, make I collect this one. Make I pay for 1 plot or 2 plots. So I go call my number. Just take my number. Call me. I go explain more to you because we know to not my papa get this radio station. We know to get time. So my phone number now 090 64 73 4489. I go call him again. 090 64 73 4489. Our website now www.ulanhomeslimited.com. Very simple. www.ulanhomeslimited.com. Ulan na LULAN. That's how they spell them. ulanhomeslimited.com. I go call that my number again so that tomorrow will be inspection. You feel call me or even this night. That number is they active for WhatsApp. You feel chat me. I go send you all our products we will get so that you go select one. Come inspection tomorrow, then you go see say we go just make you landlord. Now you go tell us how you want use pay. Now you go tell us how you want use pay. And the sweet thing be say any of our products where you buy outrightly, we go give you gift.
They give.
This period now, people they flex, so we fit carry you go massage, massage. That one where you go naked, they go tie you towel, they press you everywhere. Come buy land. Come buy land. So we they give people plenty things. We they give people smart TV. We they give washing machine. We they give water dispenser. Just plenty give day for this month now where they enter.
Any land where you buy.
Any land where you buy.
Land, the price them again.
Land day for 850, 950, 1.5, 1.7, 2 million, 4.5. Then you get one we will get for near rope up with that one with now Queen's Court with they sell at 6.5 million. And so anywhere where you want property for Port Harcourt City, we are also home finders. We go help you find. So anything where you want, anything we consign real estate, just call me 090 6473 4489. Our website again now www.ulanhomeslimited.com.
All right, so call that your phone number again. I call them 101 this time.
090 64 73 4489. 090
wait, not the rush.
090 64 73 4489.
All right.
My name is Maxwell. That number they available for call, for WhatsApp, anywhere, just reach me. We go talk.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's on our Holland's Home Limited. All right, I'm going to buy and I don't hear from them now. If you find property, I'm going to look for people like this so that you not go hear story. All right, I'm going to make a move. We'll go back to the business of the day. Thank you very much. Say you did that. They listen to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. All right, this time now waiting to happen on the program. We will bring come give you 5 o'clock pumpkin Monday to Friday, and if you there with us here, you go know say now like this we they take they move them small. We go just to go market small, then we come back. We bring the information, come some give you. All right, I'm gonna make a move because plenty to read on the look me here. Make I just introduce myself first. I never introduced myself. I just the talk since no verse in there by your will. If you just join us, a person the voice here, my name na Maze Ike God, Ike Wachiku, Ike Wachineke, Wachiku Telemon, Shiva Calabaraman. I won't try that. English people don't want to make it not try at all. I'm not going from Calabarama, make it country people.
Country people, how far now they now waiting to happen now? My name is Sekuro. They call me the king of weddings. Anyway, we're wedding to happen for the city outside the city. If you look very well, go see say I'm Sekuro. We did there. They all talk this thing. Say Peking wedding carry for back. They didn't know say the Johnny. If I don't call it, they won't give an all this top story. And now they do this thing now. Yaga.
All right, I'm going to move immediately now because the time will not be our friend. So no go just so they do longer plenty introduction. Just understand them like that and leave them. The we will get plenty time. We'll do all those our normal introduction the way they take it. And sometimes I say they be sometimes we no go just move immediately the way they expect them. Sometimes we need to shock you, surprise you. How can you hear me? I would day here. All right, if you're there for Facebook, make it not forget if you go watch us for Facebook, Mazi Ike God, you can watch you. And I'm not going to put the topic there. I go put the topic there and go find us there for Facebook. Make you follow, watch us, and look for us for YouTube Today 95.1 FM live. Make you go watch us there. Make you see all the things that we do, and take our phone number there for YouTube in case you want to reach out to us here for all the trade that we can give you. And then follow, put your to read them, put your message for the video there where you go see for my Facebook. Mazi Ike God, you can watch. Make you go there, put your to read there. I go still take them inside here. All right, I'm gonna make a movie immediately. Make you look the trade that when they look us here. You know, sweet too. You get the one the way sweet to quao. I don't always tell you say when we want to start this program like this, we know that they're very very serious for all the things that what they do here. This is now one program where we they discuss serious matter on seriously.
Yeah, God.
So if you're that serious, because make it just off your phone, just on your radio. They listen.
Wait, how would you off your fight move?
Thank you.
Okay.
Then on your radio.
Okay.
So that you know go come use provoke.
What about if the person gets so angry and decide to unleash his anger on someone
no
around?
leash I'm here. No leash.
No, not on radio, but someone around him or her.
Just the drive. You go better. Put your ear down. I get where I go ring bell. If I ring bell, you pack. If I ring bell, you pack it because another time you go know say the Tory I won't bring it come. No be Tory we go still drive the here. All right, I make a move. Where my this thing? I make a move because the first story, if you drive, pack first. Make I break this one and give you because if it no sweet to you, if it no sweet to you. All right, this one they come from Premium Times. So Premium Times, when I know that newspaper will be Premium Times. They don't bring investigation. Come give us here. Say Nigeria people, make una come follow the here the things them where they happen for una honorable. All the people will be honorable. All my I think Najilos I go sing that music. All my honorable, all my people, honorable. It's chip me. That's the music.
But Mazi, don't you think the word honorable has been? It's like everywhere.
They don't throw honorable. They don't.
It's more like it's just
honorable.
Honor.
People were there for this thing. The minister. They had all of them. So then they do it and they call job racketeering.
Okay, job racketeering.
Thank you.
Racketeering.
Yes. Yeah, that one. They do it and they call them job
racketeering.
Okay, that's racketeering. Where them did here. Check on the investigation don't come out because the lawmakers when they probe job racketeering. They don't start to the not gonna know they use this English. Collect money, bribe. Because people put out here they do extorting money from agencies. That is they collect money. Make I put them here the way the paper talk. Say in the past couple of weeks, them say the committee, the House of Representatives were charged with investigating job racketeering in the government parastatals. As all of them. They don't engage in the waiting and they call money for hand. Starting of money. Okay. They say they don't engage for waiting and they call starting of money from the hands of the federal ministry departments and agencies. Them will include the tertiary institutions across the country and. Premium Times and I investigate this one. That one means say then they tell the head of the people where they're supposed to go to investigate. The department them where they're supposed to investigate. Like maybe I will call send a minister of housing. They go say, come. How now they for that on a minister?
Yeah, that's true.
How now been the take do them? They say get information. We come out and say then they do collect money for back. They bring people to put for work. Even person self don't know anything.
Is it not called bribery and corruption?
That is all plenty ministers self. They say that they employ people anyhow.
Well,
if you know your papa, your uncle, will know your auntie, bring and come put for work. If your money big pass, then go pay.
More like selling chances.
Thank you. Now their work. So they come to investigate this honorable people now. Come to investigate these people. All these agencies.
Yeah, that's true.
When they investigate them, they're now supposed to bring white pepper, bring black pepper, bring brown pepper, report. And I buy a white pepper report. They're supposed to bring out report.
Okay.
Then come tell the public what will be the outcome of their investigation of racketeering of job. What they do? Yes. In Agota in the Kuna.
Yes.
So now they say that this committee them now where they don't set up to go check this thing. They tell the head of those ministries they say how much you go bring. How much you go bring so that you not go embarrass you. You not go bring your name out. How much this one and a premium time investigation tell us. Premium Times paper. Now then come investigate this one. They say they don't find out. Say now waiting this our honorables them they do. So that if they collect that money, then give them allegedly bribe. If they collect that allegedly bribe now, they go now contact and say, okay, this work. We're not going to embarrass your name. Okay, we go fit to remain report. It's okay. Ministry of Health, you do well. If not, Ministry of Health, we know say they don't do some wayo things to put people inside it there. We not get even paper certificate to work for there. Then they inside it there.
Well, Mazi, the thing where you talk, the simple grammar be say bribery and corruption.
Bribery and corruption is full everywhere.
And that's not be our problem. Now make them go tell you say. For you to get federal work, even Mazi, even to get even local government work.
Pure water to started water work.
If maybe they get pure water factories and local government, for you to get one we go to tie. Man, even cleaner
to sweep the environment.
To get cleaning job for local for council, you must know person. You know if you just walk out go council say you don't know person. Where that one won't happen? Where? Then talk less about federal government job for you to get federal government job. So most of them, the only thing that they do when the job come out like this, they sell the chances. They call am slot. Sometimes they go sell slot. It's the person where they look for work. How the person want use get money to use buy slots, come work for that kind of place. So now be the pro. I'm tired.
I give up. I give up.
All
right, I'm gonna make you leave that on there for country people, and I go tell us if your people they still they honorable like this. After we don't leave this one to give you, you go tell us whether they're honorable. Okay, make we go. This one na sweet news. This one if you drive your motor. If you drive your motor now, if you move, they go. This one will go sweet you. You go just a smile, they go for road. All right, this one will make I bring this information to come give you because this one will sweet me well. The governor for Kwara State will be Abdulaziz in the order immediate use of electricity vehicles on campus for the school to benefit for the students them waiting for state. In the order immediate make them fix motor plenty like this will go be electric. Waiting bring this one to come now because Abdulaziz the governor him been don't go inspect electric car where some team of young boys them for Kwara State University successfully convert them from gasoline engine to electric motor. Oh, Primbel. Where my hand clap for these children. Oh, mark our children where go school will be this. Yes. Clap for them on our children where go school will be this. This one on our good news. This one on our good news be this. Now good news be this. Yes.
Mazi, the truth be say.
You know what's in the vest me for this one now? The one where the vest me not be for Kwara State University of Port Harcourt. Una don't follow hand. Engineering department, mechanical engineering department, una don't follow hand. Because una see how things be like this. Una not fit think since say man see that your motor where they spend money for fuel, you go fit to use electric the driver. Una not fit think am. UST arrest you. Una dead there. For Liver State here, una what una do na to those can that boys in them.
That's what is this again or?
Carry this thing for their bomb. They waka go school. Or carry comb put for their head. They carry toothpick put for their baby. They don't go school. Julius University.
Ignatius.
Thank you. Ignatius.
No near there.
I think they get engineering there. All of them were there around Liver State.
Another school we good for engineering. Bori good.
They never help us.
Bori.
But the Kwara State University, they are mechanical engineering department students. They don't convert bus. If you look the bus, a very fine bus, convert them from petrol to electric. That means you don't close where you do that motor. Go there. Oh, Chineke gone. I beg. Government empower these children and make them come open factory for River State. Hell.
Well, Mazi, on this matter, the truth be say, that is why we want to hear things like this. Make it be say government they support all these our industries. Then we they into cars, where they produce cars. I be a few days back. I be they watch this person Innocent, the CEO of Innocent Motors. Into say Innocent Motors get the capacity to produce a lot of electric vehicles because it they look like electric vehicles now it's the next world and that's the future.
Yes.
If they then get the capacity, if government will still invest more, although it still say one of the way we make them for him to grow reach this level be say this thing government support them well, most especially within that thing CBN within that you get one particular
telephone
you get one particular this thing body I think then they in partnership with CBN then follow support and invest money. But if our government go invest more money in all these factories, apart from Innocent, we still get other. I don't hear of other. They do electric cars. They convert my current motor now to electric. Convert the engine to electric. The truth be say, according to when Innocent, when I listen to that one guy we get that electric car, they say they fit say you go get like 2 or 3 batteries where you go to use Mazi, then you go still get other extra batteries for your car, so that if they go for highway, one of the battery finish, you can change.
Even if you not to pack a drum for battery full of the boots, I go pack up full them. What did I use boot?
Where you gonna put your children in this thing?
Sit there. I go put the boot, pack a battery. You know what this is the summer for fuel.
So I just feel say now this kind of initiative we need to hear from our government.
All right, that one on a good news. With that one, I don't hear that one, and then I could hit this one on sharp. Oh, the last time we were here, say somebody from Benue, from Benue travel go. Use a bicycle, go meet Davido. Davido tell him, say no, they are land, make him waka go back, make him find way go back. Another person can't use leg from where that one will come meet Sabinus.
That one come from Benin.
From Benin, use leg, take from Benin, come meet Sabinus for Pata.
I met somebody think from Igruta, which you come.
Make him not come here. Make him not come here because it be like one funny thing for Nigeria. They say anything when I hear somebody do.
That's the problem we are having. You just like now, Mazi, now this Guinness Book of Records since we hit Abasi now. At everywhere don't come now. You don't hear anybody do any break any record.
Everybody
don't come now.
Nigerians get problem. Nigerians, the youth.
That's the problem. Immediately you do want everybody want to do. That time when Idabasi do cooking, and so Ekiti people know rest. These people know rest. These people know rest.
All right,
they don't start.
Make we go this small market break. When we come back from this break, we go tell you person we don't trek. Okay, they don't use another bicycle. come in own.
Are you suffering from rejection, depression, pain, anger, or shame? Is your family going through any wilderness experience? Are you oppressed or maybe more? Then this is for you. Come and find freshness in the presence of Jesus in our Morning Dew Break in Glory program tagged Pentecost Power to Pursue at the Blossom Faith International Church. Date Saturday, 2nd September 2023. Time 6:30 a.m. Venue Blossom Ground, Welly Street in Polu Town, off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Ministry the Holy Ghost alongside Pastor Mark Ehunho, General Overseer. God is still in the business of touching men. God has not retired. The same Jesus yesterday is the same Jesus today and forevermore. Come and you will not remain the same.
Holy Spirit, take over.
All right, I'm going to thank you very much. In the band, if you just join us in this program now, waiting they happen. And that's bonga time they bring your bonga to them. We'll go shock you. Now, so they can give you. And the person they hear voice here, my name is Mazi. Ike God, Ike Wachuku, and I day here with MC Koro. Don't bring plenty story can give you. This one another story we won't tell you person. Another person who don't carry bicycle. Quick, the waka they come up Port Harcourt. And beside this one he gets very plenty luck. Because the luck is shining well. One man done from Benue again. This Benue people don't like this kind.
Nah, Benue they hot.
The same Benue again.
No, Mazin. Anything we start with B. You know, say Benin starts with B. Benue can start with B.
All of them.
90.
All right, this man is done from all the way. From Benue, use a bicycle, quick, come reach in Port Harcourt. Come visit one man of God here. We want to well, they call him Apostle Chibuzo Gift Chinyere. And come meet him there. Come meet the man. God bless the man because he get luck. This one enough for weekend for Sunday.
In time, it is. They call it strategic.
Yes. This one he get luck well. Remember, I said the other one go meet the video. The video tell him make it turn to go back in village. The other one,
but Davido still send them money.
Even though I hear him say no want the money.
No, Davido still send them money now.
Sabinus find the boy small thing. But this boy be like this man here. Now he get to the biggest gift to pass because I think come meet Pastor Apostle Chibuzo
Dr. Jesus in action.
Dr. Jesus don't carry big motor. Give the man.
Child.
Carry from bicycle. Tomato.
Mazi, you're supposed to ring one bell now. So Mazi,
the man will do well.
So those of us they always say they come here and can't talk bad news. I think now don't they give on a good news now.
This one are good news. He try do well.
Do well.
Better make another person not try to go again.
But Mazi,
because if you don't get luck like this,
people now go start to think who don't
make you not think again. Oh, yeah, can first to bring out to this.
But Mazi, I want to talk something. Mazi, I don't know that you being observed. I know you not really get down. I don't know that you being observed. This trekking something now, people be the trek go meet politicians.
No, they go meet politicians.
But politicians are not straightforward.
Exactly.
They are not straightforward. Celebrities, entertainers, now pastors. Before I say now, they go start to the trek meet radio presenters.
No come.
And Mazi, they go start with you.
No try them.
If person wait now, Mazi, person from Benue come here, which you know do something.
Even they come and make carry fuel come.
No, go trek now, or go use bicycle.
If make him carry fuel.
No, they use bicycle.
No, you not can come. If you want to visit
me, just love your work. The way they use, they support people for radio.
Make him use the fuel come, bring gallon. If bring jack 25 liters, I go welcome him. I'm going to make a move.
So if you trek come now, which you go tell him?
Yes.
Family man.
I don't disclaim him.
Now family man.
I disclaim only make you hear him. All right, make I put this one on. Make you warn your children, warn your boy pikin, mama don't born pikin. When they come look, everybody don't rub powder, carry cloth, then throw for up, they spray for ground. Everybody they dance, they happy. Hey, mommy born pikin. They say what they born na boy. Hey, mommy, mama don't born boy pikin. Warn your children, warn your boy pikin. You don't know. I tell you before, say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Forget the law, ma'am. I did not know. Close dressers. I don't know whether the bill they don't finish to push the bill finish for Nigeria. If they carry woman no clothes they wear, they get punishment to. Oh, you can close dressers. If they carry woman no clothes they wear,
now waiting the rain now.
Man, where they carry woman no clothes wear. You be man. The bill, I go check it since last year when they said they go push that bill. It's supposed to go 6 months for jail if they catch you. What thing don't happen for Delta State police don't go arrest over 100 boys. Where then? Chineke God, look at the people of boys. Oh, look at children.
No wonder girls they cry. Say they don't get husband.
They don't lost.
People husband.
People future husbands. Future husbands. Delta State police don't go catch you over 100 boys. Where go wedding and they call same-sex wedding. Yeah. That is a man, they marry woman. Man marry man. If you see the monkey, if you see them for video, go look for my Facebook page, Mazike God there, you go see the video there. You go look there. You see the monkey, see the man who call himself a blind. The other one, a boy, we call himself a broom. Groom. Okay, this is a broom. This one will be like broom. This one is a broom. The broom and the blight.
No, the groom and the bride. Yeah.
And the blight.
Yeah.
They see the blight be like a cap, be like a tutu pig.
Even the investment and the way the bride is. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
But no, that one will not be blight. That one, you get one the way they there. That one say him be artist. They bring them, they bring performer, they come perform.
Wow.
They bring pastor. The monkey pastor say. He not be no saying they come same sex marriage until when police come catch him. Now he say no be no saying come to do same sex marriage for people. Pastor, not be real pastor because the boy stand as a pastor. He come stand as a pastor because no notice any pastor for Nigeria here go do that kind of thing with them.
No be pastor.
Oh mama,
but Mazi, what's in the tire me now? Just like I been go on events which day? I say on Sunday. I can't see some boys with dress like woman.
They arrest them.
I say, and the boys them paint contact.
They arrest you. Police see you. The waste time to
fuck you. The boy then tie gilly for head. No matter think on the like. I know say the country hard and things. Men they go through a lot. Is it that people don't tire to be man? Because people they don't tire to be men. They do women too much.
Jesus Christ.
I let everybody know about Brisky and James Brown and the rest. You understand? So I just the reason. Today I seriously think about them. I see what make boys now a lot of. That's the trend now.
Find beautiful
handsome boys.
A coffee full everywhere. Wine, you just the
I'm asking, you know what's in the investment now? Handsome boys they do that thing.
Fine boys does the move. Look at that one. I'm an entertainer. Yeah. I don't know that I'm coming to the
another one can say, no, the truth is that I'm coming here to showcase my clothes.
Look at the
I'm a fashion designer.
Look at the monkey.
Then I go ask and say, are you a man or a woman? Yes, I'm a man.
They tell about you again, say the girl. You know me, they come to do like
but man, somebody tell me say, I know na medical doctors we talk this one very well. Say
now what they talk? Papa, if you don't notice, say your son, you don't they start the do bring pen am down like this. Making the do press up. Making the do press up every morning. Supervise them. Make sure they do press up. Then make muscles will grow. Make muscles don't grow.
Okay, Mazi.
You go overgrow that.
Mazi, what about? I don't see some.
Make them just once. Make them do the massage. The mama they're gonna do the massage every morning. Make their body feel like woman own. Make the mama they massage them. The boy own where one pump to woman and make the man make sure they carry block give them in the jack every morning.
But normally now boys, a lot of boys now we get more boys we want be woman than more girls we want be man. Because as a girl if you be man, it is say you blow. How many girls we don't be man, we don't blow. Apart now, all the girls we don't boys we say them be man, but Bobrisky them. Now Bobrisky them and all these people now spoil this thing because they show so much influence, they throw so much money. So these boys feel say.
You know, number today here. That one is 0701 9339 962. Every woman is supposed to get this one for their wallets because you don't know the day where this one will go bless you and make you follow get a time. And then make I just recap sharp. I don't bring the first information to give you. Tell us our lawmakers from premium time investigation. They don't show say our lawmakers said that they do when they pro for job like a telling themselves. They don't extort money from the agencies will be backed by aka allegedly bribe. And secondly, I don't bring information to come give you here saying Governor of Kwara State don't say make the immediate ginger make all the schools them and make them they produce electric vehicles as in don't go inspect electric vehicle where mechanical engineering students for Kwara State University produce where they convert our fuel engine to electric motor. And I don't tell you say somebody will work out all the way from Benue come meet Apostle Chibuzo give to Chinyere for Port Harcourt. Here I don't go back with a big motor.
AKA Dr.
Jesus don't bless him with the motor.
In action.
Yes. Then we don't bring to the can give you again. The Nigerian police don't bab over 100 boys them where they go do same sex will be man to man wedding for Delta State. Now they go to do them. Now police don't go back all of them. See people who boys we don't turn out to waiting we don't know. I'm gonna make you go phone line and make you hear people who want to talk to us and take your SMS. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Yes, sir.
This woman, when she come, like, they give me heart to beat. They make my heart to fall because
what's
I
miss some this.
And before
I think it's going to start and take how it come. Yeah, I don't think I'll finish them. I put up for grabs.
Not try. You know, carry your fuel. If you don't get fuel, bring plantain.
Yeah? Easily. I don't reach there. Nothing will make that over from there. And I come over to there as well. Nothing will make from there. I don't know, give me motor. Motor now I need. Lego. When I come, when I give me motor. And they those men where they found women. I know the women now don't get plot again to buy for market. And then they go. Oh, which country where we do it now? I don't know. I don't laugh. Yeah. I don't remember bless to now. They make my day. They make me a day. See where.
All right, thank you very much.
Even federal government,
government is seven years. No problem.
They owe China.
Make we check the next caller. Make we check who they here. Of course. Our source are you and only is also go. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ichechi.
You say your name? How can?
Ichechi. My name is Ichechi.
Uchechi. All right. Where they call us from?
Igruta from Igruta.
We carry on one.
That's House of Rep committee. We go investigate some ministries. Come go there, go to take bribe. Just as thieves. They call police to arrest thieves. Instead of police go there, go arrest thieves. Police go join thief. Come begin the thief. Come join the thief, begin the thief. So it ain't too bad for us. One of the problems we'll get for this country now, corruption. Nigerians, they're very, very corrupt. Had it been Buhari,
some Nigerians, that means you follow the corrupt.
Even a child, even Pekin, where they want to
that
go
means
for
you follow
Nigeria.
you they corrupt. Say you, not say Nigerians, because me I know they corrupt.
Majority of Nigerians they corrupt. So now we need to promote that. We need government to work. We need a reorientation. We need to change our mentality. This money of the thing. If we saw opportunity, we won't grab everything. We did very bad. And about the gay, where you were talking hormone. That is a demonic spirit. You know what thing about the devil? Anytime when devil want to do something, they will find one name, give up, say na hormone, na this one. That is a demonic spirit. God no go please make that mistake. Create you as man. Then come carry woman hormone. You understand what I mean?
I don't understand you because me I read my own and say people who get hormone, the female.
No. That is a demonic spirit.
Which is science?
Which of the demonic spirits? Is it foul spirits?
Go prove this one for you.
No, man, the answer. Which of the spirits are foul spirits?
If it be chicken spirit.
I think that one at the point of me.
Alright, thank you very much. If it be bad the spirit.
No, only foul spirits. I know of only foul.
Dog go no worse.
Dog does he have any spirit?
Not try dog spirit. Dog spirit not the West time, especially female. How you do?
Are you serious?
They jump fence yourself. The spirit once you enter them, they fit jump fence. Alright, I'm going to check the next person. I'm going to take SMS. I'm going to check today here. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Mazi and MC Krokro, good evening.
What's that?
Wait. You did that?
Mazi, good evening. Mazi, what is that?
I think you want me to make a flunk again. Your name and where they call us from? What kind of water some
My name is Nano Pronko.
What's the meaning of that?
Don't mind him. I go stop that.
Man, what does it mean?
Please, I'm coming from Opopo Kingdom. I use like they come. Now you are the come saying.
Now your brother be governor.
I don't really know. Now they now. If they come, I use like they come. By tomorrow I go reach.
You go back.
Man, please do not protect me. I'm a regular listener. I'm your fan.
When you come, I'm going to let you collective boss for Liver State. The one where they go back to Popo. Then you retire and go back.
Man, you know men now, we will be young boys now. We don't see anything. So we will convert. I think now motor now, then they convert from to engine. So we will convert from boys to women now. So I will see got a job. I beg. I don't see anything wrong. Maybe they release those boys.
Not try them. Police go arrest you. Not try them.
Conversion, how we do now?
No try them.
Okay, because of saying they convert electric.
In the convert electric.
Azole, thank you very much.
This boy be better boy.
You want to convert?
It's because of say conversion in the ring.
Hey, no minor. Not try. Police go arrest you. If they catch you, if you be man, you be man. If you be woman, you be woman. I think like if they catch you 6 months, my papa get 500,000 a bill or something. Make we check with them here. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Hello, Mazi. Good evening.
Good evening, Wanda.
Good evening, sir.
Charles calling from River State.
And what Charles? Which side for River State they call us?
You take waiting they happen like
Which side for River State? Oga Charles.
I'm
carry on.
Those boys will do that kind of thing. They suppose we should banish them from this country. Because I remember a lady that do transgender organ also. So the case of that lady today, nobody know how they do that one. This one now come back to do. Waiting our boys they learn, wait the leaders of tomorrow. Then they begin to turn the country upside down. Why did they do like this? So the government
the original leaders of tomorrow. Off your radio first now.
I don't hear you.
The original leaders of tomorrow. They still university. They know they go wedding. The original leaders.
I don't know the leaders of tomorrow.
No, the ones who will be leaders of tomorrow, they university. Now, in fact, as I talk to you now, some of them they are Harvard. Some of them they from university.
They follow for university students. Most of them follow for university students.
All right. Okay.
So they will banish them from this country.
Banish them to where?
Banish them from here.
All right, thank you very much.
So, can we go to SMS? Good evening, Mazi and MC Kuro. Nigerian leaders, they so much love corruption without fear from office to office, from photo ranking 9 sender 1. Mazi and MC Kuro, greetings. There is problem in the land. Though. We don't need any prayer to make our country today a better one. What we need is for us to change our mind, set towards material things. Imagine, say, the people way them sent to check job racketeering, come good, they do the worst. Mr. Sam 9 sender 1.
Mr. Sam, thank you.
Mazi and MC Kuro, on a good evening. No? My name is Nanonso. I beg those boys, make them not only arrest them every morning, make them flog them 24 strokes of the cane. Like I said, this man a teacher.
The man the best.
Man a teacher. This one say, I greet you, Mazi and MC Kuro. I'm Friday Olu from Choba. Mazi, my anger now is not on the racketeering going on in the MDAs, but the people we call honorables who are proven to be dishonorables. This super racketeering by those dishonorables samples the kind of lawmaking to expect from the so-called lawmakers put together. Immunity no cover them, so make ICPC and other relevant agencies go after them. But I know say that one no go happen. Nigeria, a jigsaw's puzzle. Don't speak grammar for us. Calm down. Calm down. Greetings, my people. Why our politicians are this way now? So till when the corruption saga in this country will end? As for the blissful news from Kwara State, it's an encouraging one, and other universities in the country should imbibe the good gesture. As for the man that used bike to meet Apostle, he tried, and it's time of blessing. But my question is, how will the guy maintain the motto? And thanks, Honorable Malo 9 sender. If it's Andubu. Or those e-transports. Mazi Ike God, good evening.
And they give him 100,000, no forget.
Okay, 100
for
fuel, okay.
Yes, give him 100,000 for fuel.
Apostle Chibuzo gave that man punishment because the man cannot maintain the motor.
No, he give him money for fuel. What's input to fuel? Start from here, they go Benue. Benue from here to Benue, now how much? You know how many people in go park for road they go? Before you go reach there, they don't get money to maintain the
may not go park the wrong people. Okay, again, and indeed, the governors, we'll not talk about Governor Sim
okay, no, that's
today.
not for previous.
We'll not talk about Governor Sim. So, Mazima, just rush, go. What's up?
Make I take for Facebook, sharp. Kenneth Livingstone. Kenneth Livingstone, Awuji is a Mazi MC Kuro. Well done. No, thank you very much, Kenneth. Sunday, apparently, Mazi MC Kuro, you guys are really wonderful. Our blood pressure is normal because of you. My wife, Ngozi, is enjoying your program every day. She doesn't miss it. Oh, Sunday, Berendu, thank you very much. Sunday. For your wife, Ngozi. Madam Ngozi.
We see you.
God bless you. God bless you. Make you just stay here. Our work now to bring the information to come give you. Chinedu say greetings to you, Mazike God. This issue of employment through the back door is as old as the creation of man. But the major problem facing Nigeria is that our system are not working to the extent that those who don't have these connections cannot get a good job. And this is what the civil society group should fight against, and not always playing pranks. All right, make a take from there. Make I load this one.
And this one, my own still a low too.
Okay. Muche Sule Ewo is honorable for the pocket soon. All this nonsense go end. Okay. Actually, again. Check SMS and WhatsApp.
Then they load. Then see they load.
Okay.
Of the network.
Chile Edwin here is again. It's very impressive, Mazi, as the Apostle Chibuzo. Okay. Okay. Say Chibuzo Chinyere deserve to be celebrated and not to be blackmailed with unnecessary mischief and sweet nonsense. Because even if the Apostle born children with 20 women without Children. Okay, we understand. I could live on there first. We know they go that side. Jeffrey Joe is a mazi. Can you see how hypocrites we are in Africa? The whites are discouraging us He said the whites are discouraging us into go to polygamous, but want us to embrace homosexual. As for me, I am an African man. I do all my things with our culture. Thank you very much, Jeffrey Joe. Onyeze Ifa, you say, Mazi, first time seeing you. I've been thinking you don't old. Chinekele. Oh yes. Of course, Nengil Achonwa is a end time generation. David Prefer Ayala. Ayala. David Prefer Ayala. Okay, they cover your faces. They don't like them at all. All right.
Mazi and Msikoro, tell our university undergraduates it is time for them to prove themselves by doing some invention before they finish as their counterparts in China are doing. Instead of doing drugs, if they cannot, which means they are a failure and etc. Okay, so
yes, very important. I can't now, but I want to make a call to this school. I call a Uniport and all of them.
They should do something creative. No, the messages, the network is it's crazy. Network is crazy.
Okay, make we go for line and make we take one or two calls before we come out here. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Mazi, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Good evening.
Because your name?
My name is Mabel from Romalo.
Mabel. From Romalo.
Baby, bring your last four numbers, Biko.
20. I'm coming. 28, 38, I think so.
Are you sure?
I think so. Use and send the SMS here. 28, 38.
No.
28, 38.
Wait, I'm coming.
This one we can't use your voice. They say I'm coming.
Coming. Mazi, listen, I want to talk.
Okay.
You know, for this country now, things don't hard. Men want to be like women, so they say men nobody born too much again or marry too much. So now they won't make a mix. They men homosexual and the lesbian per head. But for my advice to the government, I let them punish those people because it's abomination.
Okay. All right. Hello. All right. You don't get your last four numbers. Mabel. Mabel, no one the charge card. So bad, the local live am there. Tomorrow go continue and again we don't take your SMS, no verse if message network no allow and come and if not take your message complete no verse for us. I beg you also if you never take your call, we live until tomorrow. We will continue and again 5 o'clock we will make it no miss at all. We will come back here again give you the format as the break. Make you not forget to say if you come meet me for inbox, Mazi Ike God you can watch for Facebook. Make we discuss how to promote your business for this show and also look for us for Facebook for every other social media handle today 95.1 FM live for you to make it watch us and enjoy what you know they do here. Oh yeah, DJ.
Every day, all the way, we've come to stay. GBC